Good morning and welcome to all of those joining us on the Oz Cycling YouTube live stream for this round 3 of the 2025-2026 National Junior Track Series from the Adelaide Super-Drome. My name's Tom McQuillan. I'll be your commentator for today as we go through the final day of racing in the Australian Junior Track Series for this season. Our first event of the morning will be Kieran's, so the motorbike journey just getting warmed up and going through some test laps around the track now, just making sure everything's in working order. We should have our first race of the day for you in about 5 minutes' time. Welcome one and all to the second day of racing action here at the Adelaide Super-Drome for round 3 of the 2025-2026 Australian Junior Track Series. Tom McQuillan on the mic with you, ready to bring you a whole day's worth of fantastic racing action. Our first races of the day will be Kieran Racing, and our first group of riders up will be our under-17 women. So we're just getting ready for our first qualifying heat now. Won't be too long and we'll be underway. So the whistle blows and the riders come off the track for the 6 laps of their Kieran race. If you're not familiar with the Kieran discipline, it's a 6-lap event. The first 3 laps, riders are paced behind the motorcycle Derny, which will gradually increase in speed. The Derny will pull off at half distance, giving the riders 3 laps to fight it out amongst themselves in the race to the line. So this is our first heat of 3 in our under-17 women. 6 riders taking part in this first one, with the first 2 finishers going through to our big final, places 3 and 4, going through to our medium final, and 5 and 6 to our small final, which will be held a bit later today. So taking a look at the riders now, in first position behind the Moto Derny in the black and green, that's Isla Shaw of Shepparton Cycling Club. The young Victorian is currently sitting in second place in the AJTS standings overall. In second place, just behind her in the colours of ARA Skip Capital, the light blue with the black helmet, that's Sophia Moffat from Norwood Cycling Club. In third wheel at the moment on the red bike and the light blue jersey, that's Matilda Trevorrow of South Coast Cycling Club. In fourth wheel on the yellow bike, from Peel District Cycling Club in Perth, that's Sienna Tinkler, one of the riders recently crowned Madison National Champion here at the Super-Drome last night. Erica Black is in the blue and orange towards the bottom of the track, and Zoe May, the rider in the all black, just at the back of the field. So 2 laps left to go in this first Keirin qualifying heat. The Derny has pulled off to let the riders do their thing. No one keen to light it up with an attack as soon as the Derny pulled away. So folks, much more keen to make it a 1-lap sprinting effort this early in the day. It looks like Isla Shaw's now making a move up around the outside. Sienna Tinkler there going past Sophia Moffat and into first place, displaying that power that won her the Madison title last night. So Sienna Tinkler holding strong, Sophia Moffat looking good, Isla Shaw closing quickly in third wheel. Sienna Tinkler goes through and takes the win in our first heat of the day. So our racing is underway here on a balmy Sunday in the City of Churches. Sienna Tinkler going straight through and qualifying for the women's under-17 Keirin Big Final, which will be held a bit later this morning. So results of that first race, Sienna Tinkler and Sophia Moffat taking the 2 qualifying places in our big final, with Isla Shaw in third, Zoe May in fourth. They'll go through to our medium final, and then Matilda Trevorrow and Erica Black. We'll be seeing them in the small final a little later on. So riders in our second of 3 Keirin qualifying heats on the fence as the Derny starts to come around the track. So 6 riders in this second heat as they form up behind the Derny. The first rider in line in the blue and orange there, that's Jenna Gallagher from Bathurst Cycling Club. In second wheel in the red with the fluoro yellow accents, that's Evelyn Power from Viking Cycling Club in Canberra. Third wheel at the moment in the black and yellow of the Lidcombe Auburn Cycling Club from Sydney, that's rider number 275, Erin Prince. Fourth in line at the moment, the jersey with the red shoulders and the white decals on her wheels. That's the rider from X-Speed in Western Australia, Ellis Smith. Second last in line in the pink helmet, another Smith, Juno Smith from Dulwich Hill Bicycle Club in Sydney. And on the back of the line, in the colours of the South Australian state team, Isabella Blackwell from South Coast Cycling Club right here in South Australia. So the Derny starting to increase in pace. We'll see it hit the blinker. So the Derny pulls away. 3 laps to go now. Jenna Gallagher quite quick to cede the responsibility of making pace to some of the other riders in this field. Erin Prince, the rider in the black from Lidcombe Auburn, now taking up those duties. Two laps to go now. Ellis Smith now just making the move around the outside. Riding in the colours of the X-Speed team from Perth. All right, and a move has been made coming into 1 lap to go. That's Jenna Gallagher from Bathurst who's winding it up. Ellis Smith chasing hard in second wheel. Erin Prince also in there in the black. Juno Smith in the pink helmet trying to make a run down the outside. Jenna Gallagher looking very strong out the front. She will definitely take one of the 2 qualifying spots for the big final. Coming across the line in second place and also qualifying for the big final was Erin Prince there. And I think it was the 2 Smiths, Ellis and Juno, finishing third and fourth, qualifying for our medium final, which will mean we'll see Isabella Blackwell and Evelyn Power in the small final. So our third and final qualifying heat for our under-17 women's keirin, now off and rolling. So 6 riders taking to the start here from a variety of states. So as they form up behind the Derny, the rider in first position is Ruby Sauvage from Newcastle Hunter Cycling Club in country New South Wales. Second place at the moment in the blue jersey with the orange stripes on it. That's Monica Siebert from South Coast Cycling Club in South Australia. Third spot in line is Chavi Tunksale. She's in the navy blue and yellow of Carnegie Caulfield Cycling Club. In fourth place with the bright pink front wheel, wearing the green, gold and white jersey of the AJTS Series leader. That's Ava Gidget-Rogers, one of 2 riders along with Sienna Tinkler, who won the Madison National Championship here last night, so very clearly on good form. Second last in line in the black and green from the Tasmania Junior Cycling Foundation is Ellie Waldock. And then the rider right on the back there in the colours of X-Speed in Western Australia is Felicity Lyons. So 3 laps to go now. Derny's pulled away. Ava Gidget-Rogers has moved towards the front of the field here. Everyone else seems to be fairly happy to let her go. We've seen in our keirin heats so far that no one's been especially keen to get aggressive early on, and it looks like we're going to repeat the dose in our third and final heat for our under-17 women. Riders looking around. The pace is definitely increasing. No one committing to a full-blooded attack just yet. Coming in towards the bell now. And it's Ava Gidget-Rogers who is the first to make her move. So the AJTS Series leader in the white, green and gold leads them down the back straight, being challenged around the outside by the South Australian Monica Siebert. Siebert drawing level with the AJTS leader as they come into the home straight now. Siebert managing to just get over the top of Rogers there. And a good finish as well from Ruby Sauvage there. So after leading early on, Ava Gidget-Rogers will need to come down to the commissaire's decision and maybe even a photo finish to see if she'll qualify for the keirin big final later today. We will await the decision of the commissaires. So results of that keirin, it was Monica Siebert taking first place, Ruby Sauvage taking second, so we'll see them in the big final later today. Ava Gidget-Rogers and Ellie Waldock finishing third and fourth will go through to the medium final, and then Felicity Lyons and Chavi Tunksale finishing fifth and sixth will be headed to the small final. So we'll now get our under-17 men on for their keirin qualifying heats. There are so many under-17 men wanting to get stuck into the racing today that we need 8 separate heats to get them all sorted. With 8 separate heats and only 8 places available in the final, it means you need to win to go through to the big final. So there will be 7 keirin finals for our under-17 boys later today. If you want to fight it out for the overall crown, you will need to win your heat, which will slightly change the calculus. Ordinarily, a second place in a keirin heat is normally enough to see you through to the next round. Different calculus for our under-17 men today. You will need to win if you want to move on. So as they come around to complete their first lap, the first rider in line, number 103, Flynn Jensen. The rider from Balmoral Cycling Club in Queensland. He's got his clubmate Cam Franks right on his wheel. Third place in line in the colours of the Brunswick Cycling Club wearing the black helmet. That's Elliot Burney. Fourth in line in the all-black head-to-toe. That's Josh Moore from Neo Cycling Club in Sydney. Omer Kermizi is second last in line with the black and blue helmet and the Brunswick orange and purple on his jersey. And then last in line in the white from Bundaberg Cycling Club is Hunter Davis. So the Derny moves aside. 7 finals to split up our riders into. So essentially you'll finish in the main final if you finish first, final number 7, then final number 6 if you finish in second place, final number 5 if you finish third, and so on. If you want to fight it out for the overall Keirin crown, you will need to win your heat. Omer Kermizi and Josh Moore, two very powerful riders going head-to-head here, but only one spot in the big final available. Kermizi looks to be leading it out there. Josh Moore, the rider from Sydney, now drawing level with his hip as they come around turn 2. Kermizi's going to lead them down the back straight. Josh Moore is there as well. Hunter Davis, the rider from Bundaberg, is trapped against the inside of the track. Kermizi still looking strong as he comes up towards the line. Josh Moore closing quickly, doesn't get there in the end. So the Victorian, it will be Omer Kermizi, who will go through to our main under-17 men's Keirin final. It was close on the line, maybe less than half a wheel in it in the end. But I think the young man from Brunswick managed to get up in the end. So results of that Keirin heat there, our second qualifying Keirin heat. Omer Kermizi it was taking the victory. Josh Moore in second place, Hunter Davis third, Cam Franks in fourth, Elliot Burney fifth, and the Queenslander Flynn Jensen in sixth place. So our second Keirin heat for our under-17 men getting ready to go now. Whistle blows and riders head down the track. You'll notice that 3 of them are wearing matching jerseys with one red shoulder, one white shoulder. That's the kit of the Vikings Cycling Club from Tuggeranong in Canberra's southern suburbs. So they're currently sitting in second, third and sixth wheel. In first position behind the Derny as they form up is Luca Zucchiati from Neo Cycling Club, one of the 2 riders who won a Madison National Championship in this age group last night. Just behind him in positions 2 and 3, that's Cadell Bowen and Asher Olsen. Fourth place in line there in the black colours of the Villawood Cycling team from right here in South Australia. That's Thomas Brinkley from Norwood. Second last in line wearing number 170. That's Oliver Jordan from Balmoral. And then on the back, also in the colours of Viking Cycling Club, is Jackson McDonald. So as the Derny pulls away, Zucchiati just checks over his shoulder. The man in the blue and green jersey has a few riders to keep his eye on here. Brinkley, the rider from Norwood, now moving up around the outside in the black. He will perhaps fancy his chances of being able to go long range Brinkley perhaps over his ability to win a short, furious one-lap sprint. He's on the front at the moment, and the pace is definitely increasing. The three boys from Vikings are at the back of the field at the moment, but the pace is winding up, and attack is coming now. It looks as though Zucchiati is now looking at pouring on the pressure. So Zucchiati it is who will lead them into the final 200 metres. Oliver Jordan in the purple jersey from Balmoral challenging him down the outside. Jackson McDonald, the Viking Cycling Club rider, also trying to move up the high side of the track. And then coming up towards the line, it is Zucchiati who will hang on. So Luca Zucchiati wins that heat. Oliver Jordan in second. I think it may well have been two of the Vikings boys in third and fourth. Jackson McDonald, I think, was in there. So results of that second Kieran heat. Lucas Zucchiati taking first place. Oliver Jordan second. Jackson McDonald third. Cadell Bowen it was taking fourth place. Tom Brinkley in fifth. And Asher Olsen sixth across the line. So the riders in heat number 3 of 8, now getting themselves in position along the banking on the track. So I've got 7 names on my start list, but only 5 riders trackside, so I think we might have a couple of DNSs. Whistle blows and riders move into position. Taking first spot behind the Derny in the sky blue jersey of the Gold Coast Cycling Club, that's Riley Dixon. The tall figure in second wheel in the white, black and orange of Brunswick, that's Rigby Colgrave. The rider in third spot, we'll just wait for them to come around so I can get a good look at their number. That's right at number 179, Aidan Parslow from Hamilton Wheelers Cycling Club. His older sister, Neve, recent winner of the time trial national title for under-19s. Moving up around the outside in the white and blue of Balmoral is Oscar Winchester. And just tucked onto the back of the field in the blue helmet there from Blackburn Cycling Club in Melbourne, that's Arnav Chakravarthi. So the Derny pulls aside. As with our other heats this morning, a bit of looking around initially. Dixon from the Gold Coast leading them down the back straight. Bit of movement up the hide side there from the Queenslander Parslow. So 3 Queenslanders and 2 Victorians in this heat. How will we divvy up the final qualifying spots? So a big surge coming hard and early there for the rider from Balmoral. That's Oscar Winchester. His fellow Queenslander, Riley Dixon, is trying to track him down, but Winchester's got a great turn of speed as they get the bell and head down the back straight on the final lap now. Riley Dixon is starting to tire. Oscar Winchester almost going to be overhauled here by the rider from the Gold Coast Cycling Club. Going to be close coming on the line. Riley Dixon gets it. Comes by his fellow Queenslander in the last 10 metres. Just has enough to overhaul him at the end. An excellent combination of power and timing there from Riley Dixon. Just enough to get past the early charge of Oscar Winchester. As the results are posted, Riley Dixon taking first place in that heat, Oscar Winchester second, Arnav Chakravarthi third, Rigby Colgrave in fourth place, and the early move of Aidan Parslow winding up in fifth at the end of the heat. So riders in our fourth heat getting ready to go now. We've got our full complement of 7 riders in this heat. Whistle blows and the riders come off the fence. Taking up first position behind the Derny in the orange and blue, that's Cooper Farr from Dubbo Cycling Club. In second place in the black and red there of Blackburn Cycling Club, that's Lachlan Ermert. Third wheel at the moment in the all black, the rider from Randwick Botany Cycling Club in Sydney, that's Jet Stokes. Fourth in line at the moment in the black, white and sky blue of Canberra Cycling Club. That's Will Astridge. His younger sister Annika is leading the under 15 girls overall for the AJTS. In the AJTS leaders jersey, the white, green and gold in fifth wheel at the moment is Ruben Shepherd, who won the Madison National title last night for under 17s along with Luca Zucchiati. Two riders towards the back. Elliot Barrett there in second last wheel in the red. And on the back of this field in the colours of Balmoral is Max Edwards. So an early move looks like it might well be coming here from Will Astridge. The rider from Canberra tried to go early a couple of times in the racing yesterday, including in the tempo race and the elimination. Sometimes it works better than others. We'll see if it works for him here. Ruben Shepherd doesn't want to let Astridge have too much free real estate. So the AJTS leader going across to the back wheel of the youngster from Canberra. So as they come in towards the bell now, Astridge is leading them into the home straight. So Ruben Shepherd right there. Jet Stokes, his fellow Sydney sider in the all black, trying to get into the slipstream of Ruben Shepherd as he goes down the back straight. But the big man from Randwick Botany in the AJTS leaders jersey shows why he's got that green and gold on his back. Comes through and takes the win in that Kieran heat. Jet Stokes taking second place over the line. I think it may well have been Elliot Barrett from South Coast Cycling Club grabbing third on the day. So the results of that Kieran heat, Ruben Shepherd taking fourth place, Elliot Barrett in second, Jet Stokes third, Lachlan Ermert in fourth place, Cooper Farr in fifth place, Max Edwards 6th, and Will Astridge's early attack didn't quite pay the dividends that he was hoping for. He crosses the line in 7th. So the riders in heat number 5 come off the fence. So 7 folks in total battling it out for line honours here. As the composition of the finals we'll see a little later in the day is slowly starting to take shape. With every passing heat, we're adding one rider to each of the prospective finals. So Elias Armstrong, the rider first in line there in the white jersey and bright red helmet. Second wheel is the tall figure in the black jersey. That's Maximus Moore from Hawthorn Cycling Club. 2 riders in this race from the Balmoral squad. They are Oliver Uri and Henry Velasquez. Cruz Kemps is also in the mix here for Bundaberg. He's in the black jersey, rider 172 with the white helmet, currently in 4th wheel. Hunter Murphy also in there for Cycle Talk from Perth. That jersey actually looks quite similar to the jersey that Cruz Kemps is wearing. And on the back in the black and red of the Focus Attacker cyclocross team, Jasper Griffiths. So it's Griffiths swinging high up the track there, looking to get a bit of momentum for an early run here. So Jasper Griffiths from Carnegie Caulfield in Melbourne, taking the time to get himself some extra energy as he goes to the front of this heat now. So Griffiths leading him down the back straight. Maximus Moore quickly up and past him. Maximus Moore leading strongly into the bottom turn, coming up to the home straight. The big man from Hawthorn has 1 lap to go now. So Maximus Moore is right there. Cruz Kemps from Bundaberg trying to come at him late here. Maximus Moore still holding good front position into the final turn. Cruz Kemps trying to straighten up and challenge him down the outside. Doesn't quite get there in the end. So Maximus Moore getting first place in that win. Cruz Kemps definitely kept him honest though. The rider from Bundaberg making sure the Victorian kept the gas on all the way to the line. So the result of our 5th under-17 men's Keirin qualifying heat, Maximus Moore taking first place, Cruz Kemps second, Jasper Griffiths third, Hunter Murphy finishing in 4th, Henry Velasquez in 5th, Oliver Uri in 6th place, and Elias Armstrong crossing the line in 7th spot. So Keirin heat number 6 out of 8. Getting ready to come off the fence here as the whistle blows. So as they form up behind the Derny, the first rider in line in the colours of the Hobart Wheelers Dirt Devils with the white helmet is Sid Natera. He's got a clubmate also in the colours of Hobart Wheelers in 4th spot in line at the moment. That's Oscar Pither. In second wheel in the black and red of Blackburn, right at number 110 is Caden Ryan. He's another rider with a couple of clubmates in this one. He's also got Joseph Natoli and Lewis Wilkes in this heat with him. So 3 riders from the Melbourne Club of Blackburn in this heat. As just on the back in the bright orange of Illawarra Cycling Club is Hugo Alcock. Very easy to spot the Illawarra CC jersey in a crowd. So a bit of checking over the shoulder there from Sid Natera as the Derny pulls away. We've now got all of the Blackburn riders trying to move themselves to the front as best they can. Joseph Natoli, number 109, is the best placed of these riders in the overall AJTS standings. He is 5th in the overall competition at the start of the day, but we'll be hoping to improve that with a good performance in this morning's Kieran's. And the pace is really on as they go through 1 lap to go. It is Natoli who will lead them into the last lap. Sid Natera, the rider from Tasmania, challenging him down the back straight, and Hugo Alcock from Illawarra also moving up there quickly. So Natoli will lead them out of turn 4. Natera thrashing at his machine to try and get on terms, and indeed the Tasmanian just manages to pip the man from Blackburn right at the line. Only came past him in the last 5 or 10 metres there did Sid Natera, when he did just enough to take the win in this 6th Kieran qualifying heat. A slight delay here. I think we had a bit of a false start from one of our riders when the Derny came around last time. The whistle hadn't blown from the commissaire to officially start the race. But that's all right. We'll We'll copy and paste. We'll do a bit of an undo on that one. And I'm sure we'll be underway very shortly. So this is qualifying heat number 7 of 8. So 7 riders on our start list, 1 non-starter today. That's number 142, Lukas Schmidtke, who unfortunately had a nasty fall yesterday in one of the bunch races. I think that may well have been the elimination for the men's under 17 and had to be carted to hospital. We certainly hope that he is feeling better and doing well. So as they come through 5 laps to go, the rider first in line is number 128, Harvey Challenor from Neo Cycling Club in Sydney. In second wheel, there are 3 riders in the colours of South Coast Cycling Club. They're from the club of South Coast Cycling in South Australia. Only one is actually wearing the club colours. That's the rider in second spot at the moment. So actually in the colours of the local South Australian club is rider number 141, Seth Harrison. Tyler Cuniff is also in this race. He's in 5th wheel at the moment in the colours of the South Australian state team. James Allen from Illawarra is in that club's distinctive orange on the back of the field. And as the Derny pulls away, Harvey Challenor swings up the track a little bit, encouraging others to come through. Or a move coming up around the outside by the rider from Balmoral Cycling Club. So that is Seth Harrison from South Coast in first position at the moment. Coming in towards the bell now. 1 lap to go, being challenged down the outside by rider number 160. So our 8th and final Keirin heat has started. Joe Hewlett, the Western Australian with the bright pink decals on his wheels, had to back off his pace a little bit to make sure he didn't accidentally overtake the Derny there. So this should be a good battle between these 8 riders. Just adding a few extra cards into the deck. So Hewlett it is in first place in the white, in second wheel in the blue of the Italian-Australian Cycling Club based in Melbourne, that's Jack Panozzo. In third wheel, the small figure in the navy blue of Carnegie Caulfield, that's Jake Lesky. 4th position in the orange colours from the town of Orange, that's Billy Yeo. Just moving up around the outside in the 2-tone green of Nostromo Attacker Cache is George Mulhern. And then towards the back of the field, we have Timothy Coombs, Miles Kroon, and Hamish Lewis. So the Derny pulls away. Joe Hewlett leading the bunch at the moment. Jack Panozzo, fresh off a silver medal in the Madison last night. The man on his wheel, George Mulhern, was good enough to earn himself a bronze in that Madison. So a couple of riders among these 8 with very good form already. And the pace really picking up now as they're into almost a lap and a half to go now. So Jack Panozzo now moving up around the outside there. Looks like it will be Panozzo who will lead them into the bell. The Victorian Panozzo being challenged around the outside by his fellow Garden Stater George Mulhern. So Mulhern leading them down the back straight. Panozzo thrashing at his machine to try and stay on terms, but George Mulhern's clearly woken up on the right side of the bed. George Mulhern will go through to the big final. Jack Panozzo it was in second. I think it may well have been Billy Yeo in the orange crossing the line in third place. shoulder in the pale jersey there, number 79, Matilda Kemps from Bundaberg. Towards the bottom of the track in the blue colours of ARA Skip Capital, that looks like it's Lucy Harrison. Two riders in the light blue of Gold Coast Cycling Club. Winter Bradshaw is in there with the white helmet, number 70, also there, then bright orange from Illawarra, that's Grace Alcock. And I think our last rider in the mix is Georgia Dowling from Hamilton Wheelers. So coming into 3 laps to go now. So Matilda Kemps from Bundaberg on the front of this field. Her fellow Queenslander Winter Bradshaw staying very close to her. Move now coming up around the outside from the colours of ARA Skip Capital. That's Lucy Harrison from South Coast Cycling Club here in South Australia. Now a good move coming down the outside from Adele Dixon of Gold Coast Cycling Club. Adele Dixon has managed to gain a good lead on the field here, coming in towards the bell now. So Adele Dixon that will be leading them through. Grace Alcock, number 70 in second wheel and looking to challenge around the outside. Annika Astridge, our AJTS series leader, has found herself caught out of position and having to make a big move to try and come up and get on terms. Grace Alcock will lead them into the home straight, but Astridge is closing quickly. It will be Astridge who gets there in the end. With 200 metres to go, I really thought that Annika Astridge was out of it. She was 6 or 7 lengths back on the leader, but an excellent surge there for the rider from Canberra sees her take the win in the under-15 girls scratch elimination race. So our next event up on the track will be our matching 20-lap scratch elimination race for our under-15 boys field. So this will be heat 1 of 2 for our under-15 boys. As with the last race, it's a 20-lap scratch elimination, so we'll wait a few laps before we start cutting riders. Then we'll cut one every lap until there's 6 laps to go and 6 riders left. And then we'll let the rest battle it out among themselves. So plenty of movement already. This looks like Joel Gooley from South Coast Cycling Club in South Australia in the all-black making the move. Making sure that he stays safe once the eliminations begin. As on the back there in the red and yellow of the Uno X Pro team, that's Evan Tobin trying to catch back on to the main peloton. Looks like he's going to be able to get into the slipstream now. Other riders trying to move up and around the high side of the bunch here. Tom Perry, the rider from Albury-Wodonga Cycling Club on the Victoria-New South Wales border in the navy blue and yellow, starting to make a move all the way up the high side of the peloton there. So plenty of riders looking to improve their position. Jack Pentland, the Norwood rider in the navy blue and red, moving up around the outside of the bunch. Also up there, the colours of the Brunswick Cycling Club. Molds, who's in the orange and black with the black helmet. The colours of X Speed also coming to the fore now. That's Flynn Sharman. So Flynn Sharman, winner of the Kieran yesterday, putting himself in a good position early on, as is the Tasmanian in the white jersey and orange helmet. That's Noah Blaisley from Launceston. So bell rings, first elimination will be next lap, and then we'll be crossing a name off every lap until we have 6 left. So Evan Tobin trying to thrash himself to get all the way across. Number 33, not to be for Evan Tobin. A good effort for the youngster in the colours of the Uno X Pro team, which I'm sure would earn him a few high fives down at the Tour Down Under Village if he were to head down there later today. Number 1, Seb Gallagher from Bathurst Cycling Club, the next to go. As we see, once again, riders accelerating around the high side of the bunch, having to burn more energy to move into one of the few places on the track where there's room. Number 12, Michael Molds from Brunswick, the next rider to be eliminated. Number 20, Declan Dyer from Cycle Talk in WA, bangs the bars in frustration there, as he wasn't quite able to find enough head in frustration. Elimination. Number 11, Jonah Hall from Brunswick Cycling Club, Australia. On his wheel, in the white jersey and orange helmet, Noah Blaisley from Tasmania. Just on his high side, in the red jersey with the white stripes, that's Flynn Sharman from X Speed. Then we've got from Victoria. Declan Zheng of Brunswick is in the black and orange, and Arav Desai from Blackburn, who's in the blue helmet, who's actually having a weekend this weekend. This is as good as I've ever seen Arav Desai riding. And then the last rider in our 6 in the navy blue. Flynn Sharman keeping his head on a swivel there, checking to his right to make sure that no one can come around his outside. Two laps left now, the tension gradually increasing. Arav Desai and Jack Pentland on the high side of the bunch. Pentland going a long way up the banking here to try and gain himself some extra momentum. Flynn Sharman's mullet is rocking side to side as the Western Australian lights it up. Just over a lap to go, and a good jump here for Flynn Sharman. Flynn Sharman from WA has a good advantage over the rest of the field. It's probably 3 bike lengths as they head down the back straight, but Joel Gooley and Noah Blaisley are closing quickly now. Flynn Sharman still looking strong as they come out of the last corner, but Joel Gooley's making a late run. Oh, it's close on the line. Very close on the line indeed. I think it may have been Joel Gooley who got the win there. Three tyre widths is the official suggestion from Oz Cycling South Australia head honcho Jake Thomas. And some warm applause from the crowd. That was an excellent scratch elimination race, and a credit to all of those who took part in it. So we'll say a modern track tyre is maybe an inch if you're measuring it. I don't know, we're actually going to the photo finish to see if it is 3 tyre widths. It is Joel Gooley who's taken the win ahead of Flynn Sharman, Noah Blaisley in 3rd, Declan Zheng in 4th place.
7 tyre widths.
So we've officially checked, it's about 7 tyre widths rather than 3, but that's still a pretty close race, I would say. 7 tyre widths, still less than the universally recognised measure of half a wheel. So the riders in our second under 15 boys scratch elimination heat coming out to the track now. So as with the last two races, 20 laps in total. We'll give everyone a few laps to get warmed up before we start making eliminations. We'll get it down to a group of 6, who will then sprint it out for the win. So leading the field at the moment, number 6 at the bottom of the track in the colours of Blackburn is Leroy Bartlett. Jaden Marty, number 23 in the black and yellow, coming through for a turn. As in the teal there, Adam Drogo from Carnegie Caulfield also keeping himself at the pointy end of affairs. We've got a couple of riders from the Viking Cycling Club in this heat, Sean Bates and Hudson. They are in the classic Vikings jersey with one red sleeve, one white sleeve. Competitors in this field coming from just about every state and territory in Australia. We've got some from New South Wales, the ACT, Queensland, Victoria, Tasmania, and of course right here in South Australia. So everyone just moving themselves around this field. You'll notice the green, white and gold jersey of the AJTS leader. That's Lucas Sturbick from Lidcombe Auburn Cycling Club in Sydney. He's about halfway down the field, but on the high side of the track, so able to move up if he wants to. Bell rings and our first elimination is now 1 lap away. 1 lap away from our first elimination in our second under 15 men's scratch elimination heat. Number 31, Hudson Taylor from Viking Cycling Club, the first man to be eliminated from the field. Oh, and a fall there. A fall there for the rider from South Coast Cycling Club. That's Nate Roberts-Thompson. He's bounced straight back up, so that's a good sign. So just having a word with some of his crew there.
32.
Number 32, Sebastian Uri from Balmoral, the next rider to be eliminated from the field. And Nate Roberts-Thompson has headed into the infield. He's got a bit of a hole in his shorts, so those ones will be for the trainer only, I suspect. So number 7, Arav Chakravarthi, the next rider eliminated. So it certainly looks like Nate Roberts-Thompson will take no further part in this race. Hopefully he's not too banged up. He's got the medical staff with him now, just making sure he's 100% okay.
22.
Number 22, Thomas Allen from Illawarra, in bright orange jersey, the next rider to have to make way. Number 48, Oscar Digney, the rider from Launceston City Cycling Club. The Tasmanian had done well to hold on to that point, but will take no further part in this scratch elimination. Number 3, Pat Richardson from Balmoral Cycling Club. A little bit of a shake of the green helmet-clad head there for the man from Queensland. Number 6, Leroy Bartlett Leroy Bartlett, the last rider to be eliminated. So that will leave us with our 6 to contest the finish. So at the front in the AJTS leaders jersey, Lucas Sturbick is in there. In second wheel in the black and yellow of Lidcombe Auburn is Jaden Marty. Adamowe Drogo from Carnegie Caulfield in third wheel in the teal. Ari Riley from Bendigo and District Cycling Club in the blue. He's now up to third. We've got one man in there from Viking Cycling Club, that's Sean Bates in the white and red jersey. And a rider just making a bit of a move off the front. This looks like it's Adrian Zhang from Neo Cycling Club in Sydney. Sort of went halfway across to making an attack, then thought better of it, then saw Ari Riley was coming across to him, and now the two of them seem committed to going together. So the two smallest riders in this field, Ari Riley and Declan Zheng, trying to power clear as they go through 3 laps to go. They know they may not necessarily have the raw sprint power of some of the bigger boys back in the main field, but if they can get an early jump, they never know that they might be able to come away with the win. So Zhang has now been over the field. Ari Riley's legs are burning now. 2 laps to go as Sturbick leads them across. Riley swings up the track and concedes it's not going to be his day today. So that will leave us 4. Sturbick in front. Drogo in second, Marty in third, and Bates, the rider from Canberra, in 4th spot. Coming in towards the bell, Lucas Sturbick looking very strong here. Adamowe Drogo pedalling furiously in that distinctive style of his is in second. Sturbick is growing the gap. Sturbick is growing the gap down the back straight. The man in the AJTS leaders jersey looks to be extending his gap here. He comes up towards the line and he'll take the win in this scratch elimination. His clubmate Jaden Marty comes across to make it a 1-2 for the Lidcombe Auburn boys. 3rd place in the end going to Bates, the rider from Viking Cycling Club in Canberra. Adamowe Drogo crossing the line in 4th. 5th place in the end for Ari Riley of Bendigo, and 6th spot for Adrian Zhang from Neo Cycling Club in Sydney. So 3 of our top 6 there from Metro Sydney. So our next race on track will be a scratch elimination for our under 17 girls. This will be a 25-lap scratch elimination. We'll give them 6 laps out on front before we start eliminating riders. We'll then make eliminations until there are only 6 left, and then those 6 will sprint it out for the win. Just waiting for the riders to all be in one contiguous bunch before we blow the whistle. And we're underway. 25 laps of a scratch elimination for our under 17 girls. So leading the field at the moment in the black and green colours, this is Isla Shaw from Shepparton Cycling Club, currently sitting in 2nd place overall in the Australian Junior Track League standings. The rider leading that competition at the moment has the bright pink front wheel. Sorry, some minor technical difficulties there. So as we the race, Power from the ACT on the front, along with Monica Siebert, one of the South Australians in the field. Thank you. Plenty of riders themselves towards the front even before the eliminations begin. because it's a lot easier to move up now than when everyone's trying to move up all at once when we're eliminating riders. So as you might expect, the riders who are at the top of the AJTS overall standings well represented in the front of this field. Both Isla Shaw and Ava Gidget-Rogers on the front of the bunch at the moment. But how will things change once the bell rings and the eliminations start? So the bell rings, next lap we'll start our eliminations and then we'll cut this field down until only 6 are left. Some movement up on the high side of the track there. Riders trying to find free real estate wherever they can get it, even if that means diving down the bottom at the last moment. 264, Erica Black from Bathurst Cycling Club, the first rider to be cut from the field. 290 Ellie Walduck from the Tasmanian Junior Cycling Foundation. That's a little bit of a surprise. Ellie Walduck has been right up at the pointy end of a number of our other races this weekend. I think she might be a little disappointed to be ending her elimination race so early. Two seven five, Erin Prince, the next rider to go.
Is it 266?
266, Chavi Tunksale, the next rider eliminated. So a shake of the head for the rider from Carnegie Caulfield. Disappointed to have to pull the colours in quite so soon. $287, Sophia Moffat in the colours of ARA Skip Capital, the next rider to go. As the pace is noticeably starting to increase now, the pressure is really on. 288, Felicity Lines. Oh, sorry, Isabella Blackwell. Isabella Blackwell, my apologies. As a move now coming off the front, this looks like the colours of South Coast Cycling Club, trying to stay safe by being out the front of the field. 286. Felicity Lyons, the next rider to go. So the West Australian has to ease off. So just over 10 riders left now. $265, Jenna Gallagher, the rider from Bathurst Cycling Club, the next to go.
Top 278.
278, Evelyn Power, the rider from the ACT, the next one to be eliminated. $274, the next to go. 274, Zoe May, the rider from Lidcombe Auburn. Only a handful of eliminations left to go now before we're down to our final 6. $281, Sienna Tinkler, the next rider eliminated. So she was a winner of the Madison last night. She won't be adding the scratch elimination title to the trophy cupboard today. $267, the next to go. Matilda Trevorrow from South Coast, the rider in the light blue, now has to ease off. So there's the bell, the last cut just about to come. 283 Ellis Smith from X-Speed in Western Australia. The last rider eliminated. That will leave us with just 5 to sprint it out for the win. So on the front in the red jersey and pink helmet is Juno Smith from Dulwich Hill Bicycle Club in Sydney. Monica Siebert, the South Australian, is in the navy blue just on her right shoulder. Tucked in behind them at number 276, Ruby Sauvage of Newcastle Hunter Cycling Club is in third wheel at the moment. Ava Gidget-Rogers, the AJTS leader with the pink front wheel, just towards the back of the field. She'll be keeping a very close eye on her closest rival for that overall classification. That's Isla Shaw, the rider in the black and green.
Can I get you to give this bloke a shout out and get him to move his car?
Yeah, sure.
Just got to get the van out that's next to it. I have trailers and I don't want to ruin his ute.
We just have a request from our friendly organisers here. If you own a car with the number plate DZP15N, we will need you to move your vehicle in the parking lot just so that we can move some other vehicles around it. So back to the racing. It is the rider from Newcastle Hunter on the front of the field at the moment, Ruby Sauvage. He's got Monica Siebert in second wheel, Ava Gidget-Rogers in third, Juno Smith fourth, and Isla Shaw is currently on the back of the line. Coming up to a lap and a half to go now. The bell is ready to be rung. There's the bell, and Ava Gidget-Rogers now putting in a surge to try and take the win here. Isla Shaw and Monica Siebert look to be her main challengers as they go down the back straight. Siebert's in a good position here and is moving up to the hip of the Western Australian. Will Ava Gidget-Rogers be able to hold on? She's looking good as she comes up towards the line. The others are closing quickly, but Ava Gidget-Rogers takes the victory. Second place on the line there, it looked like, for Monica Siebert from South Coast Cycling Club. So as the riders receive a warm and well-justified round of applause, it was Ava Gidget-Rogers taking the win there. Monica Siebert finishing in second place. Juno Smith from New South Wales in third spot. Isla Shaw, the rider from Country Victoria, in fourth spot. And Ruby Sauvage from Newcastle Hunter Cycling Club in rural New South Wales in fifth. Now on track and starting at quite a clip, the first of our 3 heats for our under-17 men's 25-lap scratch eliminations. Sid Natera and Josh Moore have decided that the quickest way to chop down this field is to ratchet up the pace as soon as we start. Haven't even started eliminating riders yet, and already they're going at an absolutely infernal pace here. So we won't be eliminating any riders for another few laps yet, but already trying to find your position in the bunch is pretty difficult. Riders doing their very best to move up in the slipstream of other competitors wherever they can. So riders in this field coming from Queensland, New South Wales, the ACT, Tasmania, Western Australia, and of course right here in Adelaide. So riders trying to move up and down and around in the bunch to improve their position before our eliminations begin. Not too far away now. A couple of the riders in the royal blue and white of Balmoral are caught towards the back of the pack. Now trying to make a move up the high side of the field. So the heat increasing, not just in amongst this bunch, but also in Adelaide. It's going to be quite a warm day here. We're heading up towards 30 degrees trackside, and it should get comfortably into the 30s outside. Plenty of riders in this bunch will be used to that, though. But of course, as soon as I say that, the two Tasmanians in the field are right at the front of affairs. The bell rings, and we're one lap away from our first elimination now. Some big surges coming from that high side of the field as riders try to improve their position and find free real estate to accelerate into. $155, Henry Velasquez from Balmoral Cycling Club, the first man to go. Bit of a shake of the head from Velasquez there as he realised he wasn't going to be able to stay alive, in the race at least. Oh, that was a pass. That was a pass. No elimination that lap.
Okay, 121.
121. Another of the riders from Blackburn Cycling Club. This is Max Edwards who has to make way.
$158.
158. Harry Morrison from Peel District Cycling Club in WA, the next to go. There's a number of riders choosing to spend a little bit more energy to stay at the front of this bunch and keep themselves safe. 184. Tim Coombs from Mersey Valley Devonport Cycling Club in Tassie, the next rider to go in the orange helmet there. Another surge in pace at the front. This has been a very, very quick scratch elimination race so far. 182, Oscar Pither from Hobart Wheelers Dirt Devils. And that's two Tasmanians eliminated in a row, if I am correct. There's still one Tasmanian left in the field, though. 125. 125, James Allen, the next rider cut. So the man from Illawarra eliminated. He still has a teammate at the front of the bunch currently. Number 148, Asher Olsen of Viking Cycling Club, the next one to go. Generally, riders have a pretty good sense of when they have and haven't been eliminated. 159 Kane Asapati from Whyalla Cycling Club in country South Australia. $124, the next rider eliminated, Hugo Alcock, another rider in the orange colours of Illawarra. Plenty of calls coming from the infield, encouraging friends and fellow riders. 156. The last cut is made, and it's Hunter Murphy from Cycle Talk over in Perth.
There must have been a scratching.
That's right.
All right, so that will leave us with 5 riders left to contest the finish. And as they straighten up, we'll get a good look at them. It's Signatera from Hobart Wheelers Dirt Devils, who's in first place. Number 115 in second in the white of Bundaberg is Hunter Davis. All black with the black bike. He's from Neo Cycling Club. We've also got a from Country New South Wales. I think this might be Cooper Farr. It is Cooper Farr, number 118 in the blue and orange. And the last one in the mix in the all black with the blue gloves is Miles Kroon from Mount Gambier Cycling Club in South Australia. So an early attack here from Hunter Davis. The man from Bundaberg Cycling Club has tried to catch the rest of them napping here. He soon pulls up the track and realises he's not going to get away quite that easily. So coming into 2.5 laps to go now in what has been a very rapid scratch elimination race indeed. Hunter Davis comes back towards the front of the field, just checks over his shoulder. Signatera is right there, keeping an eye on the Queenslander. Checking both left and right as they head down the back straight. 1.5 laps to go now. So Hunter Davis looks consigned to lead out duties here. The rider from Bundaberg will lead them into the last lap as it's Josh Moore challenging Signatera around the outside. So the man from Sydney and the man from Tassie going head to head as they go down the back straight. Josh Moore looks to have the advantage as they come into turn 3. The man from Illawarra is also right there coming up towards the line. Josh Moore will hang on. Josh Moore gets the win there. Just ahead of Cooper Farr from Dubbo Cycling Club. I think Signatera hung on for third place. Miles Kroon, the rider from Mount Gambier, crosses the line in fourth. And despite his early attack, it didn't quite work out for Hunter Davis and he finishes in 5th place. So that was the first of 3 heats that are going to be coming for the under 17 boys scratch elimination.
He forgets that you'll see them when they get there, but he won't send them.
So our riders in the second heat now off and racing. The man in the AJTS leaders jersey, Ruben Shepherd, at the front of the field. As Will Astridge winds it up for his customary early attack. This has been somewhat of a signature for the rider from the Canberra Cycling Club over the last couple of days. He's hoping to gain enough of an advantage that he can spare himself for elimination for at least the first few laps. Get himself a bit further up the standings than he might otherwise do if it were just down to his sprinting prowess. Hasn't worked this time though, and he's reabsorbed into the front of the bunch. It's the start of this race. George Mulhern, the rider in the two-tone green of Nostromo Attacker Cache, now moving forward. So the rider from Victoria, who won a bronze medal in the Madison last night, is just on the high side of one of the men who won gold, Ruben Shepherd. Shepherd's teammate in winning that gold is in the middle of the pack in the green jersey about halfway down. That's Luca Zucchiati. As the battle for real estate has well and truly begun, the bell rings, and we're 1 lap away from our first 111, Lewis Wilkes from Blackburn Cycling Club, the next man to be cut. And the washing machine effect well and truly in place now as riders try to get themselves up and over the high side of the bunch. 104, a little shake of the head in disappointment for Oscar Winchester, as the man from Balmoral Cycling Club in Queensland has to go. .188, Charlie Hutchinson, the Norwood Cycling Club rider in the red jersey there, has to cease his efforts. .153, Oliver Urey from Balmoral Cycling Club. The next rider eliminated as we are shrinking this field with a quickness here. Going to chop it all the way down to 5 or 6. We will then battle it out for the win. 170, Ollie Jordan from Balmoral, the next to go. Bit of a nonchalant look down the inside of the track from Jordan, who I think conceded that he was probably in trouble there. 179, Aidan Parslow from Hamilton Wheelers, the next man to be eliminated. We've got some moves coming up the high side of the bunch now, and indeed off the front of the field. This will change the dynamic slightly. 186, Hamish Lewis from Norwood, the rider in the white jersey, is the next one cut. .128, Harvey Challenor from Neo Cycling Club in Sydney, the rider in red, the next to go. So, a couple of bad laps there for riders with black stripes around their jerseys. 102, Cam Franks from Balmoral in the grey jersey is the next rider to go, as our field is now down to 8. Only a handful of more eliminations to come. 177, George Mulhern, a bronze medalist in the Madison last night, has to make way. There's the bell, one last cut to be made. Here's 172, Cruz Kemps. The Bundaberg rider is the last one to be eliminated. So with our eliminations completed, let's just size up the riders who are remaining. Coming towards the front there, the tall figure in the black jersey is Maximus Moore from Hawthorn Cycling Club in Victoria. The two Madison National Champions crowned last night, Ruben Shepherd and Luca Zucchiati, are both here. Ruben Shepherd in the AJTS green and gold leaders jersey to the bottom of the track, Zucchiati in the green at the top. Also in this field is Omer Kermizzi, who was a silver medalist in that Madison last night alongside Jack Panozzo. Panozzo's not here. 161 just going off the front now, Joe Hewlett from Western Australia. And a man on the back there in the red and white colours of Viking Cycling Club in Canberra is Jackson McDonald. So Maximus Moore leading the main field around. Joe Hewlett, all that interested in keeping him close, and winds it up early. 2.5 laps to go now, and Joe Hewlett is putting his cards on the table. Maximus Moore quick to try and shut this down. Luca Zucchiati is right there, and for the first time all race, it looks like Ruben Shepherd is distanced. Ruben Shepherd swings up the track. He'll take no further, sprinting it out for the win here. So coming in towards the bell now. Bell rings, 1 lap to go, and it's Luca Zucchiati coming around the outside of Joe Hewlett there, the New South Welshman coming around the outside of the Australian, but now it's Omer Kermizzi. Omer Kermizzi, the Brunswick rider. I've barely spoken his name all race. He's played a perfect hand. He comes up towards the line and takes the win. Omer Kermizzi takes first place. Second it was from the field for Luca Zucchiati. Third and fourth shared between Joe Hewlett and Maximus Moore. Fifth place it was for Jackson McDonald from Vikings in Canberra, and sixth in the end for AJTS leader Ruben Shepherd. So an excellent race there. And some approving cheers from Omer Kermizi's family watching in the crowd. So confirmation of the results there. Omer Kermizi in first place, Luca Zucchiati in the green jersey from New South Wales, just finishing in second position. It was Maximus Moore who ended up getting third spot on the line. Joe Hewlett in fourth, Jackson McDonald fifth, Ruben Shepherd in sixth place. Our third and final heat for our under-17 men's scratch eliminations now on track. As with the others, this will be a 25-lap race. We'll give the riders a few laps to get their bearings, then we'll start eliminating riders. We will shrink the field down until there's only 5 or 6 left, and they can sprint it out for the win from there. So pace now starting to pick up. Plenty of riders have seen the speed that some of our early under-17 men's scratch eliminations were held at and decided that they want a piece of that action too. I'm just checking through this field. I can see 1, 2, 3, 4 riders in the colours of Blackburn Cycling Club from Melbourne. There are a few Queenslanders in the mix. We've also got riders from ACT and New South Wales, and of course right here in South Australia. So the jockeying for position has well and truly begun. 20 laps to go now as it's right at 1:38. Jet Stokes in the red towards the front of affairs. Jet Stokes is in the red and blue, currently in second wheel. Jet normally wears all black head to toe, as in Jet Black. Makes it easy for me to remember his name, but he switched it out for the red today. 1 lap to go until our first elimination. And the battle for real estate begins. Can you find it high on the track and spend more energy? Do you take the risk of going low and potentially end up trapped against the bottom of the track with nowhere to move? 173. Elias Armstrong from Carnegie Caulfield Cycling Club in Melbourne, the rider in the white jersey and red helmet, the first to be eliminated. Number 110, Caden Ryan, the next to go. So that's the first of our riders from Blackburn who has to pull the colours in. .103, Flynn Jensen from Balmoral, the Queenslander in the all black, is the next to go. .106, Arnav Chakravarthi, the next one to go. And that's another Blackburn rider Way. One, 7, 8. The next rider cut. That's Riley Dixon from Gold Coast Cycling Club. So the man in the sky blue concedes and puts his hand on top of his bars. 175. 175, the next rider to go. Jake Lesky from Carnegie Caulfield. One, 3, 9. 1, 3, 9, the next rider eliminated. Elliot Barrett. One, 7, 1, Rigby Colgrave, the man in the black, white and orange of Brunswick Cycling Club, the next one to make way. So we're cutting our field down. It's about half its original size already. Still some more trimming to be done. 146. 146, the next rider eliminated. Cadell Bowen from Viking Cycling Club, as there's now a move from one of the Blackburn boys off the front of the field. 174. Jasper Griffiths in the colours of the old Focus Attacker cyclocross team, the next rider to be eliminated. Down to about 8 or 9 riders now. (189) Billy Yeo, the man in the blue and orange of the Western Region Academy of Sport from rural New South Wales. 140, Tyler Cuniff from South Coast Cycling Club. The man in the South Australian state colours has to withdraw from the race. There's the bell, last elimination coming. And 112, 112, Elliot Burney is unfortunately the last man to be eliminated. Bangs the bars in frustration. He thought he had made it there, Elliot Burney. So that will leave us with 6 riders to sprint it out for the win. 2 from Blackburn. On the front of the field at the minute, number 108 is Lockie Ermert. Jack Panozzo, silver medalist in the Madison last night, is there in the jersey with the blue sleeves and the white and red on his helmet. Tom Brinkley, the South Australian in the black colours of Villawood Cycling Club, towards the front as well. An excellent multi-discipline rider is Tom Brinkley, also races road and a bit of cyclocross in the winter as well. Jet Stokes is in the all red at the top of the track, just casting his eyes down and to the left, keeping a close watch on his competitors here. A bit of a lull falling over this field now. Who will be the one to take the chance and grab the glory? This looks like a move from the South Coast Cycling Club rider now. Number 141. That's Seth Harrison, who's moved to the front here. Lockie Ermert and Joe Natoli also in there. Natoli with the white bike, Ermert with the black. Jack Panozzo now really winding it up, coming down the outside with some great speed as they come into turn 1 on the final lap. It's Jack Panozzo from Carnegie Caulfield who's leading them down the back straight. His fellow Victorians from Blackburn are trying to close the gap across. It looks like they're going to struggle to get there. Panozzo comes up, sees the line, checks over his shoulder and takes the win. So an excellent result there for the young man wearing the colours of the Italo-Australian Cycling Club. He's registered with Carnegie Caulfield as his official club, but obviously with a surname like Panozzo, has quite a Australian as well. So we'll just await confirmation of the final results. So it was Jack Panozzo who was taking the win there. Seth Harrison from South Coast Cycling Club in South Australia in second place. Good challenge there to Jack Panozzo. Had the race been maybe 20 or 30 metres longer, he may well have made it. Joe Natoli from Blackburn finishing third, Jet Stokes in fourth, Lockie Irma in fifth, and Tom Brinkley in sixth place. Okay, next up we have an under 15 girls tempo race. So the way the tempo race works, you will hear the bell, and once the bell is rung, every lap from that point on, the first rider over the line will score 1 point for their tally. The catch is if you're not first, you are nothing. No score at all if you're not first over the line. So it's a discipline that tends to reward boldness and bravery and an early breakaway or a late breakaway. If you've got a friend in the bunch and you feel like doing a 2-up time trial with them, it can also be a great way to go out and score you both some big points. Or if you're a great sprinter, you can take your chances from the bunch. Really a number of different ways that riders tend to race the tempo. So the bell rings with 16 laps to go, so there will be 16 points total on offer in this under 15 girls tempo race, as it looks like that's Paravi Tunksale from Carnegie Caulfield who is leading them out of turn 4. She looks in a good position to get the first point on offer, but Annika Astridge, our AJTS series leader, comes past and just pips her in the last few metres. So Annika Astridge, the first rider on the board. Winter Bradshaw now on the wheel of the AJTS leader Astridge. The Gold Coast rider sprinting up out of the saddle as they come up towards the line. Oh, that one was close. Winter Bradshaw, it was awarded that sprint there. I wasn't game enough to pick it from my commentary position, and I'm sitting right on top of the line. A little breakaway of 4 starting to form here. 4 strong riders, as it is Astridge, I think, who has increased her tally to 2 there. Astridge again looking strong, just coming past the South Australian rider Mackenzie Stevens there, timing her run well and adding another point to her tally. So 12 laps to go now. Annika Astridge has 3 points to her name. Winter Bradshaw, who's now moving up to second place, has 1. The rider on the front of our leading quartet doesn't have any points at the moment, but Winter Bradshaw wants to keep it that way. Winter Bradshaw comes through. A nice little burst there gives the Queenslander another point to her name. So 2 riders on the scoreboard so far. Annika Astridge has 3. Winter Bradshaw has 2. Matilda Kemps from Bundaberg also looming dangerously towards the front of this bunch. Annika Astridge comes through and adds another point to her tally. So she's on 4. Winter Bradshaw, who's currently in fourth wheel, is on 2. No one else has scored so far, but there are still 10 laps to go. Coming up towards the line and joining the scoreboard, number 70, Grace Alcock, gets her first point of this event as there are now 7 laps to go. Plenty of calls here for riders to make moves forward. Always a lot easier said than done, as it's Amelia Jirovkova, the Brunswick rider, who comes through with a very nice turn of speed. Comes through to grab that point there and has a gap of 20 or 30 metres. So if she wants to keep pushing on, it could well be worth the effort. Winter Bradshaw out of the saddle, trying to power across from the main field. He couldn't get much more of a contrast in riding styles and body compositions between Winter Bradshaw and Amelia Jirovkova. The power of Jirovkova out the front now. Jirovkova now on 2 points, as this is now Caitlin Death. Caitlin Death from WA trying to get across to Amelia Jirovkova. She's closing in on her as they come down the home straight. Will she be able to get there in time? Yes, she does. So 1 point there for Caitlin Death, just managing to overhaul Amelia Jirovkova. The rider from WA just checks over her shoulder there. That effort has cost her, and Amelia Jirovkova now coming back towards her. So after being pipped for that last point, Amelia Jirovkova almost challenging for this one, but Katie Death is going to get that one as well. So that will move her up to 2 points. So both of our riders out the front currently have 2 points each, Jirovkova and Death. It's 3 points for Winter Bradshaw, who's in the bunch, and 5 for Annika Astridge, who's now out the back and been distanced. 2 laps to go now as Jirovkova scores again. Matilda Kemps leading the main bunch across. She's ridden very well without ever being the first over the line, Matilda Kemps. As moves now starting to be made, folks trying to get themselves in a good position to sprint for these last couple of available points. Winter Bradshaw can still catch Annika Astridge with a good effort here. Grace Alcock scores her second point of the event. That'll put her up to 2 now. And the rider from Illawarra has a good lead going down the back straight. I like her chances of being able to take this last point on offer. So the rider in the orange, Grace Alcock, coming up towards the line now. She'll get that last point available, as it's Winter Bradshaw leading the sprint from behind, just ahead of Amelia McLean, Paravi Tunksale and Matilda Kemps. We've just had a note from our friends at the Coffee Van Mugshot, who are positioned outside the Super-Drome. They'll be shutting up at 1 p.m. So this is effectively the last call available if you want a coffee to get you through the rest of the day's racing here. Head on outside and be sure to give them your business. There is also still time to buy a fundraising raffle ticket for the South Coast Cycling Club raffle. So the friendly folks at South Coast are running the canteen here at the Super-Drome this weekend. $5 a ticket gets you a chance to win your choice of some fabulous prizes that'll be getting drawn during the break today. So if you are looking to make a purchase of some raffle tickets, I would prioritise that sooner rather than later. While you're at the canteen, you can also get yourselves a variety of non-coffee drinks. They've got water as well as sports drinks and soft drinks. They've got some mango ice blocks and Super-Dupers to help take the heat off this warm day here in Adelaide, and they've got your more conventional lollies, chips and chocolate as well. So we're now into our first of 2 heats for our under-15 boys tempo race. As with the under-15 girls, this will be a 20-lap race with 1 point available on the line for the first rider over on each of the last 16 laps. So plenty of activity at the front of the race here. Ari Riley and Sebastian Gallagher among those looking to move themselves forward early on, perhaps looking to employ the tactics that saw Annika Astridge end up with the highest points tally in our last tempo race. One lap to go till our first point sprint, as that looks like it's DJ Dyer in the black and green from Perth who's winding it up now. Looking strong as he goes down the back straight. Ari Riley closing up to him. So those two will fight it out for the first of the available points. It looks like it will be the West Australian just hanging on. So Declan Dyer, the first man on the board with 1 point. He swings away and lets someone else take the pacemaking for a while. Ari Riley, the rider from Bendigo, or just overhauled at the last there by Noah Blaisley from Launceston. So Blaisley, the rider in the white jersey and orange helmet. He's got Jack Pentland of Norwood for company out the front now. So Blaisley will go through and score his second point there. That'll put him into the lead as he looks to slot in just behind Adama Waidrogo there. Waidrogo currently third in line on that bright red bike and teal jersey. Jack Pentland from Norwood out the front. Joel Gooley from South Coast Cycling Club seems comfortable in second wheel for now, as Pentland will put himself on the board for the first time. Gooley continues to look over his shoulder and expecting an attack to come. Nothing doing at the moment. So Joel Gooley gets 1 point. So currently it's Blaisley with 2, Dyer with 1, Pentland with 1 and Gooley with 1, as there are still 10 laps to go. Adama Waidrogo at the front of the race is going to get himself on the scoreboard for the first time. So while we saw the points in the last race being divvied up mainly between a couple of select riders, they've been shared around a bit more in this first event for the under-15 men. As for the first time, we see our AJTS leader, Lucas Sturbick from Sydney, coming through to get himself on the board. So this looks like a more concerted attack from Sturbick. Rather than sprinting for an individual point, he's now looking to ratchet up the tempo as high as he can to where only a handful of riders can follow. And ideally, no one would challenge him from behind. So Sturbick takes his second point in a row. That now puts him into a share of the lead with Noah Blaisley. Joel Gooley is in second wheel, Blaisley third, Waidrogo fourth. Lucas Sturbick now takes his third point in a row. That will move him into the outright lead. And he's decided that that's good enough work for now. And he's slotted back onto the rear of our leading quartet to try and gather his breath. Joel Gooley continuing to check over his shoulder as if someone's going to attack, even when he's on the front. But it's enough to see him get his second point. So that will put him into a share of second along with Noah Blaisley. Lucas Sturbick has had about a lap and a half off now, and he's decided that's more than enough. So our overall AJTS leader continuing to lay the pressure on and starting to move clear convincingly of the chasing trio of Blaisley, Waidrogo and Gooley. So Lucas Sturbick looking strong. Another point in the bank for the overall leader of our AJTS. That green and gold jersey getting ever more secure on his shoulders as he continues to excel with each passing event. Lucas Sturbeck now out on the kind of long solo break that tends to be the hallmark of a great tempo race. If you can pull it off, that is. Of course, it's much easier said than done. So Sturbeck scores again. A lap and a half to go now. 2 more points available. He comes through and scores once more. Still 1 point left for the taking there for Lucas Sturbeck. The others seem to be out of it and happy to sprint amongst themselves for the minor placings. So coming up towards the line now to finish it off, Lucas Sturbeck crosses off his tempo race. As in the sprint behind, it looks like it's Joel Gooley who's managed to get the jump on Adam Waydrogo and Noah Blaisley. So Joel Gooley will come over the line in second spot, Waydrogo in third, and it was Dyer, I think, just pipping Blaisley for fourth spot. So results confirmed in that first heat of our under-15 boys tempo race. Lucas Sturbeck ending up with 9 points. Joel Gooley with 2. Noah Blaisley with 2. Adam Waydrogo with 1. So the riders in our second heat are now off and going. As with the last race, 20 laps ahead of them, with 16 point scoring sprints available. You can also gain 10 points on the field by gaining a lap, or lose 10 points if you are lapped by the rest of your field. Generally, the tempo race is the hardest discipline in track cycling to gain a lap in, because people already want to be right at the very front to try and score points. So if they have anything at all to say about it, they're not going to let you just go off and get a lap for yourself for free. So riders 4, 5 wide as they come down the home straight here. No pace on just yet, because they know there's no points available for being first on these laps. That is soon about to change, though. So the bell rings. Our next lap through, we will start the point scoring. And that's number 110, who is the first to go. Oh no, it's just number 10, Henry Grigg. Henry Grigg from Blackburn, heading down the back straight there. He's got his fellow Melburnian Declan Zhang from Brunswick right on his wheel. Coming up towards the line, Henry Grigg will be our first point scorer in this second tempo heat for our under-15 boys. Declan Zhang now in second wheel. Pat Richardson from Balmoral Cycling Club in the green helmet. Looks poised to try and make a run late. He's not going to do it on this lap at least, so Declan Zhang will now get onto the board. So Declan Zhang scores his first point, immediately swings over. All very orderly so far, at least. No one seems all that keen on pipping the rider in front of them right at the line. Of course, as soon as I say that, Richardson is overtaken by Sean Bates right as they were coming up to the finish. So Sean Bates now starting to go with a longer range move here. Leroy Bartlett from Blackburn has seen the danger and wants to respond. So Bates comes through. He's the first rider to score a second point. So Bates now moves into the outright lead, but Leroy Bartlett is closing quickly. And Jaden Marty from Lidcombe Auburn Cycling Club also moving up now. Leroy Bartlett now comes around. He'll get himself on the board. 11 laps to go as Leroy Bartlett scores for the first time. Sean Bates is in there and in the mix for the point scoring. A couple of more Blackburn riders moving up from the back. Leroy Bartlett scores again there. So that will mean it's 2 points for Bartlett, 2 points for Sean Bates. And Flynn Sharman, the winner of the Kieran yesterday, now trying to get himself on the board. Arav Desai from Blackburn also in the mix there. So Flynn Sharman gets a point that he can tuck into his mullet there for aerodynamic benefits. Desai now trying to come around the outside of the Western Australian here, but that's a lot easier said than done. So coming up towards the line now, Flynn Sharman will score his second point in a row. Arav Desai hanging in well there in second wheel. Jaden Marty hasn't scored yet in third wheel. Look in danger of catching the main field for a lap here. Arav Desai now back on the front of this main bunch as they're having to deal with some lap traffic here. So Arav Desai comes through. He will score his first point of the event just ahead of Sean Bates. So Arav Desai having a very good weekend of racing here. Gets himself on the board. So that's a share of equal fourth at the moment. As it now looks like it's Bates and Leroy Bartlett battling it out. Leroy Bartlett, the man from Blackburn, with the black around the centre of his jersey rather than the red and white on either side of the Vikings kit of Bates. So gaining a lap on the field, Arav Desai, Leroy Bartlett and Jaden Marty there. Flynn Sharman and Sean Bates also gaining a lap, so that will be 10 more points for all of those riders as Bartlett comes through and scores again. So that will mean that our leading five have a big gap on the rest of the field. Bartlett currently with 14, Sharman with 13, Marty with 12. Sharman comes through. He will score the point at 2 laps to go. So just 2 points available now as Arav Desai looks to be out of it. Flynn Sharman is currently on 12 points. He has a chance to catch our overall leader. He comes up and gets the bell. So Flynn Sharman scores the second last point. That will move him past Leroy Bartlett and into the outright lead. There's half a lap left and the field is closing quickly. It's Bates from Viking Cycling Club trying to shut down the gap, but the West Australian looks like he's got enough of an advantage here. Flynn Sharman comes through and takes the win. So he gets the last point available. That will take him to 16 points overall. I think it will be Leroy Bartlett who will finish in second place with 14 points. Sean Bates of Vikings third with 12, and then equal fourth, 11 points each are of Desai and Jaden Marty. So we will now be changing formats again. This will be the last set of races in our morning program. So we'll have the finals of our Kierans for our under-17s. We will have 3 finals for our under-17 women and 7 finals for our under-17 men. So the Derny has been signalled. So this first final for our under-17 women will be for all of the riders who finished in 5th and 6th places in their qualifying heat. So this will sort out the final Kieran order. So 6 riders taking to the start here. The first rider behind the Derny in the navy blue and yellow of Carnegie Caulfield is Chavi Tunksale. In second place in the South Australian state colours, I think that might be Matilda Trevorrow, who is in second wheel. Obviously Trevorrow, a very famous name in Australian cycling. It's Isabella Blackwell actually who's in second wheel. Then third wheel in the red jersey with the fluoro flashes on the edges is Evelyn Power from Viking Cycling Club in Canberra. Matilda Trevorrow is in the blue jersey of South Coast Cycling Club, just making a move up the outside now. Felicity Lyons from X-Speed in Western Australia, just on the back of the field in the red jersey with the white torso. And the last rider in the orange and blue of the Western Region Academy of Sport in rural New South Wales, that is Erica Black. So the Derny indicates and swings away. So 3 laps left to go for our riders in this first women's Kieran final. Tunksale, the Victorian from Carnegie Caulfield, leading as she has done since this race began, as it's now Trevorrow in the light blue of South Coast Cycling Club moving up to her hip. Looks like that's Evelyn Power, the rider from the ACT, now starting to wind up an attack around the outside as they come through a lap and a half to go. Tunksale now committed at the front of the field. She's going hard from the bottom of the track, but Power's moving over the top of her, using the banking to her advantage. The rider from the ACT now coming down and challenging the Victorian down the back straight. What a great move there from Evelyn Power. She's caught the rest of them napping, and as they come up towards the line, the rider from Canberra looks like she'll take it out. So it was Evelyn Power first over the line there. Chavi Tunksale in second place. Isabella Blackwell going across the line in third spot. And then the final 3 places shared between Felicity Lyons, Isabella Blackwell and Erica Black. So our second of 3 under-17 women's Kieran finals now trackside. So the journey is signalled, and we will soon be starting our second of 3 under-17 women's Keirin finals. So this will be to determine the placings in the middle of the standings in the overall Keirin results. So all of these riders will finish above the finishers in the previous race, in the final Keirin standings, and below those who are in the next race, the big final. But as they roll in behind the Derny on their opening lap, you can't say it's not a stacked field here. In first place behind the Derny, that's Ellie Waldock from Tasmania. Second place in the black jersey with the white helmet, that's the Sydney-sider Zoe May. Juno Smith from Dulwich Hill Bicycle Club, also in Metro Sydney, is the tall figure in third wheel with the pink helmet. Then Ellis Smith from X-Speed Cycling Club has the white decals on her wheels. He's just at the back of the field at the moment. As two riders moving around the outside are the two leaders in the AJTS standings overall. In the leaders jersey, the white, green and gold, that's Ava Gidget-Rogers from WA. And her main challenger is the rider in the black and green, Isla Shaw from Shepparton in country Victoria. Derny continues to increase its pace here. Hits the indicator and the riders have the track all to themselves. Ellie Waldock just holding the front position there, nonchalantly looking from side to side, seeing if anyone's thinking about making an early move here. Nothing doing for the time being. I think a lot of riders will be watching Ava Gidget-Rogers here. The rider in the white, and Rogers certainly has an eye for her biggest rival in those standings, Isla Shaw. Shaw now just moving up around the outside in the black and green. So Isla Shaw now starting to make a run as they're into a lap and a half to go. Coming down towards the bell, Ellis Smith is leading them into the bottom corner on that final lap. Rogers and Shaw are side to side as they go down the back straight. Ellie Waldock also there, but it's Ellis Smith who holds first position coming into turn 3. The Western Australian's looking really good as she comes out of turn 4. Looking good all the way to the line. Ellis Smith gets it. The WA fans right in front of me, very, very happy with that result. She went hard, she went early and did enough to hold them off. So an excellent result there for Ellis Smith. I think it might have been the Tasmanian Ellie Waldock who got up for second in the end. So the final results of that second Keirin final, Ellis Smith it was taking first place, Ellie Waldock in second, Juno Smith in third, Ava Gidget-Rogers fourth, Zoe May fifth, and Isla Shaw coming across the line in sixth place. So our under-17 women's Keirin big final now rolling onto the track. So this will be to determine positions 1 through 6 in the overall Keirin standings. The final that's just concluded will have sorted out positions 7 to 12, and the one before that positions 13 and onwards. All of our AJTS events are scored with points on a sliding scale. So if you finish in the top 6 here, you'll get a good share of points. So every rider who is competing in this final will finish with a higher number of Kieran points than any of the riders in the two finals before them. But the maximum number of points a rider can score in a single event is 25. So if you go out the winner of this Kieran, it'll be 25 points to your overall AJTS score. And plenty of riders and clubs will want that to be them. So as the Derny leads them around, it's Erin Prince in the colours of Lidcombe Auburn who is in first wheel. Monica Siebert, the South Australian from South Coast, currently in second. Sophia Moffat from Norwood is in the colours of ARA Skip Capital, the light blue, in third. Jenna Gallagher from Bathurst Cycling Club is in the navy blue and orange of the Western Region Academy of Sport. Ruby Sauvage in the red bike there, just moving up to the top of the field. And I think the rider they will all be watching in the pale blue sleeves at the top of the track, Sienna Tinkler, who was crowned Madison National Champion last night. Through 2 laps to go now. Field all still together for the time being. No one willing to try an early attack. Sienna Tinkler now starting to wind it up from the top of the banking. As it is Erin Prince, the Lidcombe Auburn rider, as well as Jenna Gallagher, who looked to challenge. Sienna Tinkler has a good herd of speed as she comes into 200 metres to go. Gallagher, the rider from Bathurst, trying to get across to the big Western Australian, but Sienna Tinkler looks too strong here. Sienna Tinkler straightens up, sees the line in front of her, comes through and takes the Kieran win. Jenna Gallagher coming across the line in second place. And it looked like that was Erin Prince in third. So first for WA and then second and third for the riders from New South Wales. So with our under-17 women's Kieran finals concluded, we will now have the first of, I believe, 7 finals for our under-17 men. Riders in that event just getting ready to come onto the track. Now there is still time to go out. The coffee van is also still serving outside, so if you need a little bit of caffeine to make your yelling that a bit more vociferous, or indeed to power your pedalling efforts, you can still go out and get yourself a coffee for the next little bit. They will be closing fairly shortly. So if you are looking to go and get yourself a coffee from the coffee van outside, I would encourage that you do it sooner rather than later. So the first of our men's under-17 Kieran finals just about ready to go as the journey starts to make its way around from the back straight. So 5 riders taking part in this one, 2 from Tassie, 1 from the ACT, 1 from Victoria and 1 from here in South Australia. So as they fall into line behind the moto The first rider who's having to slow down a little bit and wash off some speed in order to not accidentally make an overtake. That's Miles Kroon from Mount Gambier Cycling Club right here in South Australia. Second wheel in the black, white and sky blue of Canberra Cycling Club, that's Will Astridge. Third in line in the white jersey and red helmet from Carnegie Caulfield in Victoria is Elias Armstrong. In fourth spot at the moment, the first of the two Tasmanians, Sid Natera, is there in the white helmet, and then on the back in the orange helmet, that is Timothy Coombs from Mersey Valley, Devonport. So the blinker goes on, and the riders have the track all to themselves. Miles Kroon led them out of the start, but is keen to sit towards the back now. Coming into 2.5 laps to go. We've seen Will Astridge fire up an early attack at just about every event he's taken part in this weekend. Will he try it again? And indeed, the youngster from Canberra is trying to go long range. He's had mixed success with it so far. It worked very well in the tempo race for him yesterday, not so in the elimination earlier. But Will Astridge is firing it up now. 1.5 laps to go for the man from the nation's capital. Sid Natera, the rider from Hobart, is trying to track him down, and Miles Kroon from Mount Gambier also there. Astridge swings up the track to try and get into the slipstream. Sid Natera, the Tasmanian, leading them into the bottom corner. Will Miles Kroon from South Australia be able to come around him at the last minute? Natera hangs on. So Sid Natera comes through, and he will take the win in this Keirin heat. Well, the Keirin final, I should say. The first of our 7 Keirin finals for our under-17 men. So Sid Natera first, Miles Kroon second, Will Astridge in third place, Elias Armstrong in fourth, and Timothy Coombs crossing the line in fifth. So that's 1 under-17 men's Keirin final down, only 6 to go. So the whistle blows. Riders make their way down. Oliver Bray, the rider in the navy blue jersey and orange gloves. He's in first position behind the moto as they start. Tyler Cunniff is in the colours of the South Australian state team in second wheel. In third spot in the blue and white of Balmoral Cycling Club. I think that is Oliver Urey who's in third. No, it's Max Edwards. My apologies. Max Edwards is the tall figure in third place. Fourth in line, Flynn Jensen, also of Balmoral, is in the all-black head-to-toe. Lewis Wilkes is in the colours of Blackburn Cycling Club from Victoria, in the white helmet just moving up the outside. And he's got Asher Olsen from Canberra right on his wheel. Oliver Urey in the all-white jersey towards the back of the field. So the Derny accelerating almost up to maximum speed now. Hits the indicator and pulls away. And it looks like that's an early attack being wound up there by Oliver Urey, with the fluoro orange gloves there. Tyler Cuniff, the man in the South Australian state kit, trying to track him down. Coming through 2 laps to go now. As is Lewis Wilkes, the rider from Blackburn, now up to 3rd place. But not too much change in the order just yet. Will things shuffle around on that final lap? Coming in towards the bell now. So Tyler Cuniff now coming up and around the outside of Oliver Urey. The man from South Coast Cycling Club has timed his run well. He's stretching the gap down the back straight here. Really stretching the elastic. Max Edwards from Balmoral is trying to chase, but it looks like Tyler Cuniff has enough of a gap to hold on. So Tyler Cuniff takes the win. Max Edwards in 2nd place. I think it was the all black of Flynn Jensen coming over the line in 3rd. So our next Keirin final has a whopping 8 riders on the start list. They're just getting themselves into position at the top of the track now. Just looking down this field, I can see a couple of Victorians, a couple from New South Wales, a couple from Queensland as well. So the whistle blows and riders start making their way down off the banking. So sitting in 1st position in the distinctive bright orange jersey of Illawarra Cycling Club, that is James Allen. 2nd wheel in the colours of Brunswick Cycling Club with the orange and purple on the torso, that's Elliot Burney. Until very recently, Elliot had a different track bike. I think he might be on a freshie that Santa might have bought him. Aidan Parslow, the Queenslander, is in 3rd wheel. He's got his Balmoral clubmate right on his hammer. That's Henry Velasquez in the blue and white jersey in 4th position at the moment. Cooper Farr is in 5th wheel in the navy blue and orange of the Western Region Academy of Sport from Country New South Wales. 3rd last in line in the black of Villawood Cycling Club from right here in South Australia. That's Thomas Brinkley. 2nd last in line, the navy blue of Carnegie Caulfield in Victoria, is Jake Lesky. And then the man in the red on the back, number 188, Charlie Hutchinson. So the Derny pulls away and James Allen pulls up the track to let someone else come through and lead. Doesn't want to be at the front just yet, does Allen? Gets himself into about 2nd last wheel and decides that's good enough for him. He now swings down the track. 2 laps to go as it's Parslow who's leading. Thomas Brinkley, the South Australian, now coming up to his shoulder. And indeed past him as they go down the back straight. A lap and a half to go now. So Brinkley leading this field at the moment. Jake Lesky, the rider from Carnegie Caulfield, is well and truly in the right position here. So Brinkley's going to lead them out of turn 2 and down the back straight. A run now coming from Cooper Farr, the rider from regional New South Wales. He's almost level as they come into turn 3. Thomas Brinkley is trying to hold on as they come up towards the line. Cooper Farr is just able to get past it. The rider from Dubbo Cycling Club in New South Wales does just enough to get the win there. He was challenged by Thomas Brinkley all the way. And the New South Welshman just having enough in his legs at the end to get over the top of the South Australian. So results of that Kieran final confirmed. Cooper Farr it was taking first place, Thomas Brinkley second, Jake Lesky third, Aidan Parslow in fourth place. In the end it was fifth going to Elliot Burney. Henry Velasquez, the Queenslander, got sixth, Charlie Hutchinson seventh, and James Allen in eighth place. So our next Kieran final off and going now. So as our 8 riders get into position behind the moto, it's Cam Franks in the first spot there, the rider from Balmoral in the grey jersey. Just behind him in the blue jersey with the light blue sleeves from Peel District Cycling Club, all the way over in the west. That is number 158, Harry Morrison. The tall figure in third is Rigby Colgrave. He's in the white, black and orange of Brunswick. Fourth place there in the black and red helmet in the colours of Blackburn is Lachlan Ermert. Joe Hewlett in the white kit with the pink decals on his wheels now moving up around the outside. With 3 riders in this field, the WA fans in front of me are definitely right behind their riders here. The indicator is hit on the Derny. Cam Franks at the front of affairs. Just checks over his shoulder. Harry Morrison from WA right there. His fellow Western Australian Joe Hewlett is right there as well. Rigby Colgrave, the Victorian from Brunswick, now making a move down the inside of the track. Hasn't wound up a full attack just yet as they come in towards 2 laps to go. Things are getting a little bit more serious now as it's Lachlan Ermert who increases the tempo around the outside. So Ermert, the Victorian in the black and red, now moving ahead of Morrison. So Ermert fully committed now. Just over a lap to go for Lockie Ermert. So Lockie Ermert, 1 lap to go. Harry Morrison right on his hammer there, the Western Australian. He's been in the lead, he's been second. Can he get to the lead again? Ermert's looking strong going into turn 3. Morrison closing quickly now. He's up to the hip as they come out of turn 3. This is going to be close all the way to the line. Lockie Ermert. So results of that last final. Lachlan Ermert taking first place. Harry Morrison in second. Cam Franks third. Joe Hewlett, one of the Western Australians, taking fourth place. Cadell Bowen from the ACT in fifth. Hunter Murphy, number 156, finishing in sixth spot. Caden Ryan in seventh. Rigby Colgrave in eighth. Hobart Wheelers Dirt Devils takes first position behind the Derny as they set off. Justin Hiswheel in the red jersey with the black stripes around it and the colours of the VeloFix shop in the New South Wales suburb of Rozelle. That's Harvey Challenor in second wheel. Billy Yeo in orange representing the club from the town of Orange, is in third wheel. Sitting in fourth at the moment, the white, orange and green of Bundaberg Cycling Club is Hunter Davis. In the all red and blue in fifth wheel at the moment is Jet Stokes, the Sydney sider. Just behind him in the blue helmet is Arnav Chakravarthi. Second last in line, Jasper Griffiths from Carnegie Caulfield and Jackson McDonald from Viking Cycling Club in Canberra bringing up the rear. So the Derny hits the blinker. 3 laps to go now. Oscar Pither just checking over his shoulder to see the relative position of his fellow riders here. So the Tasmanian keeping a close eye on his fellow competitors, some from Victoria, some from New South Wales, some from the ACT, and one from Queensland in there as well. So 2 laps to go. Everyone seems very content to just let Oscar Pither lead them around for the time being. Jasper Griffiths now starting to make a move forward. Jet Stokes accelerating around the outside. So Jet Stokes, the man from Sydney, having a bit of a go now. Arnav Chakravarthi, the man from Blackburn, trying to close him down. So Jet Stokes will lead them into the last lap. The bottom age rider in under 17s, Arnav Chakravarthi, coming up to his wheel now. Oscar Pither was on the front for a long time, has eased off and is trying to get back to the front again. Jet Stokes will lead them up the home straight. Pither closing quickly. Oh, Jet Stokes it is. Less than half a wheel in it, I would say. So Jet Stokes from Randwick Botany Cycling Club in Sydney's eastern suburbs, going out with the win there, I suspect. But very, very close. There would be, I would guess, less than a tenth of a second between the first 3 or 4 riders in that race. Just goes to show not only the level of quality that we have here in junior track racing in Australia, but the parity between riders as well. So the next of our Keirin finals ready to go. If my counting is correct, I think this is the second last one. So the whistle blows and the riders fall in. And as they form up, it will be Hugo Alcock of Illawarra Cycling Club taking first position. Jack Panozzo in the blue colours of the Italo-Australian Cycling Club in second wheel. Third spot, just adjusting his helmet there. I think that might be Elliot Barrett in third wheel with the black and white on his helmet. It is Elliot Barrett. In fourth wheel in the dark purple, number 170, Oliver Jordan from Balmoral. And just behind him in the all black with the white on his helmet, that'll be Kane Azzopardi from Whyalla. Josh Moore from Neo, the third rider in all black, but he's got an all black helmet. And he'll be sharing the track with Oscar Winchester, the tall figure in the blue and white of Balmoral. And then right on the back of this field at the moment is Cruz Kemps from Bundaberg. So the Derny pulls away and almost immediately Hugo Alcock swings up the track. Doesn't want to be pinned on the front, does the man from Illawarra. And our riders in black starting to make their way forward. Quite a bit of looking around, switching heads from side to side. Elliot Barrett looking around. Kane Azzopardi looking around. Jack Panozzo looking forward for the moment. As coming around the outside, it looks like we've got a bit of a move going. This will be Cruz Kemps, the rider from Bundaberg in the black and white. He's trying to make his charge. Kane Azzopardi sees him coming and jumps ahead of him. So the man from Whyalla will lead them into 1 lap to go. A furious cadence being put down there by Kane Azzopardi. Jack Panozzo and Cruz Kemps now trying to get on terms. Cruz Kemps just about drawing level. Jack Panozzo's got a long way to go to come all the way around, but he's got good speed coming up towards the line, and it will be the Victorian who gets there. So Jack Panozzo takes it by half a wheel from Kane Azzopardi. So warm and well-deserved applause from the crowd here.
Which colour, Flem? Which colour? So do you like the tint on the black? Can you come and show me that?
So with those riders making their way off the track, the last and biggest of our under-17 men's Keirin finals getting ready to go. So all of the riders in this final will have won their Keirin heats earlier in the day, as the results of the penultimate Keirin final flashed up there. So as I cast my eye over this field of 8 riders, multiple riders in here from Victoria as well as New South Wales. We've got one South Australian, Seth Harrison. We've got one Queenslander, Riley Dixon. But who will it be going out the overall winner of our under-17 men's Keirin and getting the 25 AJTS points that come with it? So the whistle blows. This will be our last race before a 20-minute lunch break. So as they form up behind the moto, which has been putting in some very admirable work this morning. Been getting a good run, that Moto Derny. So in first position, as our riders are halfway around their first lap, first position behind the moto is Omer Kermizi. He's in the orange and purple of Brunswick. Just behind him, the colours of the rival club from Melbourne, the black and red of Blackburn. That's Joe Natoli. Third wheel is Luca Zucchiati. He's in the green. One of the riders who won gold in the Under-17 Madison National Championship last night. The man who was his partner in that Madison is in second last wheel. That's our AJTS leader, Ruben Shepherd. South Australian hopes are resting on the light blue jersey of Seth Harrison from South Coast Cycling Club. Maximus Moore from Victoria also in there in the black. And Riley Dixon from Queensland just pinned on the inside of the track in the sky blue of Gold Coast Cycling Club. And as the Derny pulls away, it's George Mulhern in the two-tone green from Carnegie Caulfield on the back of the pack. So 3 laps left. And an under-17 overall Keirin to be decided. So coming up and making a move now, Omer Kermizi likes the fact that he's got a few riders a bit further back, increases the tempo as they come through 2 laps to go. Seth Harrison from South Australia now making a move down the outside. George Mulhern also wants to get in there. Meanwhile, Zucchiati and Shepherd, they watch and they wait. 1 lap to go, and it's Seth Harrison from South Australia. 1 lap to go for Seth Harrison. He's got 4 or 5 bike lengths. Omer Kermizi's trying to jump across to him. Joe Natoli also trying to track him down, but Seth Harrison, the South Australian, is looking good coming up to the home straight. The Victorians are closing quickly. They will not get him. Seth Harrison takes the victory. Leading it from the front, leading it all the way, and leading it home. Seth Harrison from South Coast Cycling Club goes out your winner of our under-17 men's Keirin final. Raises an arm to an appreciative crowd there. He was being closed down very quickly by Omer Kamizi and Joe Natoli, but in the end was able to hang on. So that will conclude the morning's racing action. We'll now have a 20-minute break before we resume. So an excellent chance to visit the canteen, go get yourself the last chance at a coffee, buy a raffle ticket for the South Coast Cycling Club, and maybe stretch some tired legs as we check the results of that final. Seth Harrison going out the overall winner of our under-17 men's Kieran. Joe Natoli second. Riley Dixon from Queensland third. Omer Kamizi in fourth place. Ruben Shepherd fifth. Maximus Moore sixth. George Mulhern in seventh. And Luca Zucchiati finishes in eighth place. So racing due to resume at 1:20 p.m. 1:20 p.m. is when racing will resume. And the first event after the break will be our under-15 girls progressive points race.
I would need to find my bed because I know where you are.
Apologies for my absence on the stream there, folks. I was helping the local cycling club draw the raffle, and unfortunately I missed what looks like it was an absolute cracker of a progressive points race for our under-15 women. And it'll be Matilda Kemps from Bundaberg going out the winner with 17 points there. Annika Astridge, our AJTS series leader, with 16. Caitlin Death with 11. And I think it was Adele Dixon from Gold Coast who got the sprint on the last lap and the 10 points that go with it. So our under-15 girls progressive points race has concluded. Shame that I missed it as the final results are posted. Matilda Kemps going out the winner with 17 points. Annika Astridge with 16. Caitlin Death it was with 11 points. And Adele Dixon getting 10. Grace Alcock getting 1 point there. So the first of our 2 heats for our under-15 boys 10-lap progressive points race now out on track. If you're not familiar with the progressive points race, it's very simple. As the race goes on every lap, the leader gets progressively more points. So 1 point available for the first rider over the line on lap 1, 2 points for lap 2, 3 points for lap 3, and so on. So an interesting tactical battle normally unfolds in the progressive points race between riders who try and go early and make a solo break that might not be chased for a few laps. And do they stay out the front for the first 4 laps, get 1, 2, 3, and 4 points to get 10, or do they try and get 10 just by winning the last sprint? So an interesting tactical decision to be made between going early and going late. Some will go early because they know they won't be there late. Some will stay late and gamble on winning the last sprint. But if they come up short in that last sprint, they walk away with nothing. So coming up for our first point scoring sprint, looked like that was Adrian Zhang from Sydney who got the win. So Michael Moulds from Brunswick was second in that first sprint, didn't get anything for his trouble, but he's pushing on now to try and make sure that he will come away with some points here. So he will go through and he will take 2 points there. So that will move him into the lead. 2 points for Michael Moulds. As Evan Tobin and Flynn Sharman are in the chasing bunch behind. I must say there's not a whole lot of venom in the chase right now. That's changing as Sean Bates from Vikings now making a move forward. Michael Moulds will come across and get 3 points there as we're now at 7 laps to go. So that will move him all the way up to 5 points. The Brunswick rider trying to hold on, but the chasing 5 are closing quickly. Bates, the man from Canberra, almost on the back wheel of the Brunswick man. Michael Moulds thrashing at his machine to try and stay in front. He doesn't quite get there in the end, so Sean Bates gets 4 points. That will move him straight up to second place. Moulds with 5, Bates with 4, Adrian Zhang with 1 point. And Bates looks like he might want to push on here. That leading group of 5 can't all share the points between them as Flynn Sharman now comes up. He takes 5 points for that lap there. So that puts him into a share of the lead with Michael Moulds, who's now been distanced from our leading 5 and probably won't be scoring in a hurry. Adam Drogo and Finn Sharma now looking at going head-to-head. Coming up towards the line, Adam Drogo, the youngster from Carnegie Caulfield, coming across the line there, getting 6 points. So that's enough to see him now take the outright lead. As now we see the AJTS overall leader, Lucas Sturbick, coming forward. We saw this tactic from him earlier in the day in the tempo race where he scored 9 points by being out the front on his own. He's got 7 points for winning that sprint there, so he's already in the lead and he's got a gap of at least 70 or 80 metres. So Lucas Sturbick looking as though he's going to continue to build on that lead. He'll get 8 points there with 2 laps to go. That'll take him to 15. It would take a great effort from anyone behind to overhaul Lucas Sturbick now. As the rider from Sydney now comes around, he's going to come through and get the bell. 9 points there for Lucas Sturbick. Plenty of exhortations for riders further behind to try and close the gap, but Flynn Sharman's got a lot of work to do to close down Lucas Sturbick. I don't think he's going to get there, so Lucas Sturbick, our overall leader of the Australian Junior Track Series from Lidcombe Auburn, comes through after a very impressive progressive points race. He will go out a comfortable winner with 34 points. Adam Away-Drogo in second overall with 6 points, 5 points each for Michael Moulds and Flynn Sharman, 4 for Sean Bates, 1 for Adrian Zhang. So the first of our 2 heats for our under 15 boys tempo race. Sorry, not the tempo race, my fault, the progressive race. So riders from the first heat coming off, riders from the second heat about to go on. So as with our previous race, a progressive points race of 10 laps. So as they set out, there are a couple of riders in this field from Brunswick. 3 I can see from Blackburn Cycling Club. Coming up towards the line in the first point scoring sprint. I think that might have been Henry Grigg on the inside who managed to win that first sprint. It was Henry Grigg from Blackburn. His Blackburn clubmate Arav Desai, who's been on magnificent form this weekend. Certainly looking the best that I've seen him. Coming through now, he's looking at scoring 2 points and moving himself into the outright lead. He now does. So Arav Desai currently in the lead, but the progressive points race is a changing beast. It shifts and molds and changes with each passing lap. And it looks like Henry Grigg now coming back over the top of his clubmate Desai. So that will be 3 points there for Henry Grigg. That'll move him to 4. So all the points so far have gone to riders from Blackburn in Eastern Melbourne. And it looks like Leroy Bartlett on the outside is trying to join the party as well and make it 3 riders from Blackburn on the scoreboard. He will now do that. So 4 points for Leroy Bartlett, so he moves into a share of the lead with Henry Grigg. So it's 10 points now to Blackburn Cycling Club and no points to everybody else. So only the riders from Blackburn Cycling Club have managed to score thus far. And Leroy Bartlett, although challenged by Joel Gooley in that sprint there, gets 5 points. Gooley, the rider from South Coast Cycling Club in South Australia, now looking to be the first non-Victorian to score. Looks like he will be able to do that as he's got a gap of about 10 metres on the chase of Declan Zheng from Brunswick. Jaden Marty from Lidcombe Auburn Cycling Club in the black and yellow also there. So Joel Gooley with that 6-point sprint win is now up to second. Holding on for this sprint here would take him up to 13 points and the outright lead. He's now done that. He's checking over his shoulder a little bit, Joel Gooley. I'm not sure if he's quite got the legs to hold the field off for one more lap, as it's now Noah Blaisley in the white colours with the orange helmet who's coming across to him. Joel Gooley trying to hang on, but the Tasmanian Blaisley is going to come around the outside there. So with 2 laps to go, Noah Blaisley gets 8 points. That moves him up to third. Gooley still leading with 13. Leroy Bartlett with 9. Blaisley has Ari Riley on his wheel. Ari Riley trying to come around, but Noah Blaisley will grab another 9 points there for winning the... It's Henry Grigg 4 and 2 for Arav Desai. So the progressive points races for our under-15s have now concluded. We will now have tempo races for our under-17 fields. So these will be 20-lap races with sprints on each of the last 16 laps. 1 point for the first rider over the line on each of those races. Sorry, each of those sprints. So 16 points in total on offer. You can gain 10 points if you manage to gain a lap on the field, or lose 10 points if you get lapped by the main peloton. Generally a little less common in the tempo race than you will see in other disciplines of track cycling, just because everyone has a very good incentive to be on the same lap as the leaders and be at the front. So as is often the case with the tempo race, no points on offer this early on, so the tempo is fairly sedate. Everyone happy to just spin their legs up into a good position. Make sure they're feeling good by the time it's time to fight it out for the points. Sophia Moffat from Norwood Cycling Club in the colours of ARA Skip Capital just on the front here. She's got a pair of riders from X-Speed in WA right on her tail. The light blue of South Coast Cycling Club, I think that's Matilda Trevorrow, also positioned well towards the front. So bell rings, the next lap. So there will be points awarded for every lap here on out. It looks like that's Ellis Smith who is trying to challenge Sophia Moffat down the right. As now a bit of a move coming from a little further back in the pack. This is Isla Shaw and Ava Gidget-Rogers, the two riders best placed in the overall AJTS standings. The Shepparton rider, Isla Shaw, the tempo race is a favourite of hers. I've seen her clean up tempo races and win basically all the points on available racing in her home state of Victoria. She's certainly moving to the front now, and Ava Gidget-Rogers doesn't want to give her too much space. So as they cross off another lap there, Isla Shaw comes over the line and then flicks the elbow, acknowledges that she can't stay out the front of this charging bunch forever. She'll let Ava Gidget-Rogers now to the front. So our overall leader in that green, gold and white jersey with the pink front wheel. I think that's the result of a flat that she had at the Austral Wheel Race Carnival in Melbourne about a month ago. Her two wheels initially did match, but now she's got one pink one and one silver one. Sienna Tinkler, Rogers' partner in the Madison victory last night, now coming forward. So it's been a great carnival for the under-17 women from WA. Juno Smith made it close there with Sienna Tinkler, but I think the West Australian got there. Indeed, she did. So after 6 sprints, 2 points for Isla Shaw, 2 for Sophia Moffat, 1 for Ava Gidget-Rogers, and 1 for Sienna Tinkler. Tinkler looks like she's going to come up and join a share of the lead there. Juno Smith from Dulwich Hill Bicycle Club in Sydney in the pink helmet, well positioned in second. Zoe May of Lidcombe Auburn in the black there in third wheel, also within striking distance as Juno Smith comes through and gets on the board for the first time. So Juno Smith puts herself into a share of fourth, 2 points each for Shaw, Rogers and Tinkler so far. Smith comes through to score again. That will make it 4 riders all on 2 points each. So the points being reasonably evenly distributed so far. 5 different riders have scored to this point. Juno Smith can take the outright lead if she wins this little sprint here, which indeed she does. Zoe May of Lidcombe Auburn, her fellow Sydney sider, now coming forward. I imagine the two of them have probably spent some time on the track together racing in New South Wales. As another rider from New South Wales, Jenna Gallagher, now coming to the fore in second wheel. Zoe May gets on the board here, 1 point for her. Jenna Gallagher from Bathurst Cycling Club. In those distinctive silver wheels. Bit of a retro look for Jenna Gallagher as she's coming up towards the line. So she will score now. She's got Sienna Tinkler right on her wheel. Isla Shaw also there. As Jenna Gallagher tries to slot herself back into the line a little further down. So Sienna Tinkler now going hard. Juno Smith, our current leader, with 3 points. Sienna Tinkler just manages to win that sprint and joins Juno Smith in a share of the lead. So 2 riders on 3 points at the moment. I think we've got 3 separate riders on 2 points just behind them, one of whom is Isla Shaw. Isla Shaw now coming around some lap traffic up towards the line here. So with 2 laps to go now, Isla Shaw gets herself another point. Jenna Gallagher also right there with her. A little bit of a gap to the chasing field behind, which includes Zoe May and Sienna Tinkler. So Juno Smith, Isla Shaw and Sienna Tinkler all with 3 points each. The bell goes now. Jenna Gallagher, I think it was, just managing to pip Isla Shaw there. 1 lap to go now, so Gallagher now firing up the back straight, checking over her shoulder to see the position of Isla Shaw and the others. I think that Zoe May and Sienna Tinkler might be a bit too far back here. Jenna Gallagher coming through. She will take this last sprint point. Well ridden there by Jenna Gallagher. Sienna Tinkler wins the sprint from behind just ahead of Zoe May. But if my maths is right, that will be 3 points for Jenna Gallagher, and because Jenna Gallagher won the last sprint there, she will go out the winner of that tempo race on a countback. So a countback win in the tempo race there for Jenna Gallagher from Bathurst. And then the other riders on 3 points, Isla Shaw, Juno Smith and Sienna Tinkler. So our under-17 women have completed their 20-lap tempo race. We will now have 3 heats, I believe, of the under-17 boys going out for their crack at the tempo. So as they set up early on, it's Maximus Moore from Hawthorn Cycling Club leading them early on. Cruz Kemps from Bundaberg now coming through for a turn on the front. His fellow Bundaberg rider Hunter Davis right on his wheel. I'm sure those two will be very familiar with each other's racing styles. One of the great things about the Australian Junior Track Series is it brings young, passionate riders from all over the country together, not just to race and compete against each other, but also to debrief, chat with each other, maybe make a few friends in other states. It's always nice to have new friends who are cool and into cycling. This looks like Charlie Hutchinson, the rider in the red there, starting to move to the front of the field. A big flyer coming from the back of the pack now. This is Ruben Shepherd, the AJTS leader for under-17 men. So he goes through 1 lap until the point scoring starts. I think Ruben Shepherd is in the sort of mood to go hard and early here, try and get as many points for himself as he possibly can. Cut down the number of riders he has to worry about. He comes through. A late charge there from the West Australian Joe Hewlett is not enough to deny Ruben Shepherd. So the AJTS leader in the white, green and gold is the first man on the board. But he's got some quality riders for company up the front end of that field. He comes through and scores again. So Josh Moore from Neo Cycling Club is in second wheel there. Then it's Joe Hewlett from Perth in third with the pink wheels. Maximus Moore in fourth. The 2 boys from Bundaberg, Cruz Kemps and Hunter Davis, now trying to lead another group of 5 across to our leading 4. As Ruben Shepherd continues to drive the train at the front. Has not given a turn and hasn't looked to ask for one so far in the tempo race. So I think Ruben Shepherd's trying to fill his boots early on here. There are others behind him will have other ideas. Joe Hewlett comes through. I think he managed to just poach a point there from Ruben Shepherd. He did indeed. So 1 point there for Hewlett, the rider from WA. That'll move him up to second place. Ruben Shepherd now with 3. As coming around towards the front of the bunch, Maximus Moore, the big lad from Hawthorn in Melbourne. He's looking to get as many points out of this race as he possibly can, as you might expect from someone whose name means extra twice. So Max Moore now comes through, checks over his shoulder. No challenge coming from Josh Moore from Neo. So the 2 boys named Moore, Josh and Max at the front of this bunch now, looking to get as many points in their pockets as they can. Both clad in black. It's Josh, the rider from Sydney, who comes through and gets that point there. So currently it's 2 points for Ruben Shepherd, 1 for Josh Moore, 2 for Max Moore, and 1 for Hewlett. And it's now Cruz Kemps having a go off the front. So he's the first Queenslander to get a score on the board in this race. Coming through to 7 laps to go. He's going to get 2 points here. So that will double his tally and put him up to a share of second, along with Maximus Moore. Ruben Shepherd, who was charging that bunch around in the early stages, has 3 points to his name, but is 50 metres off the back here. Doesn't look like he'll be adding to his tally in a hurry. So Josh Moore comes through, gets another point. That'll take him to 2. So points being distributed among a fair few riders here. No rider racking up points lap after lap. Being shared around pretty consistently. It's Max Moore, the Victorian, in the black jersey and grey shorts, who comes through and scores. Joe Hewlett from Perth right on his wheel, but doesn't come through to the front. As it's now Harvey Challinor from Neo Cycling Club in the red jersey, the VeloFix shop in the Sydney suburb of Rozelle. So Harvey Challinor looks like he's going to get on the board for the first time. So Josh Moore from Neo Cycling Club leading the charge back. Harvey Challenor swings up the track and concedes that he probably wasn't going to stay away from this next point. George Mulhern now coming forward for the first time. He gets himself a point there without too much effort at all. Not a big sprint there needed from the Carnegie Caulfield rider to get on the board. Josh Moore now coming back to the front of this race. As they're coming into 2 laps to go now, Joe Hewlett challenging him. Oh, that one was very close indeed. I'll leave that one up to the commissaires. Joe Hewlett it was who got the 1 point there. That will take him to 2. So we've got 2 men on 3, 3 men on 2, and 2 men on 1 as there are now 2 sprints left. Josh Moore comes through. He gets another point for himself. George Mulhern now trying to track him down. So the rider in the 2-tone green of Nostromo, attacker Caish from Melbourne, closing in on the man from Sydney, Josh Moore. Josh Moore has ridden a very good tempo race so far, but can he hold off George Mulhern as they come up towards the line? Mulhern gets it on the throw. So some very good riding from George Mulhern, who has looked in sparkling form this weekend. Some of the best riding I've seen from him. So at the end of that race, there'll be a 3-way tie. 3 riders on 3 points each. Their final positionings will be determined by a count back based on their place in that final sprint. So Josh Moore, Max Moore, and Ruben Shepherd all finishing with 3. 2 points there for the winner of that last sprint, George Mulhern, as well as Joe Hewlett from Western Australia and Cruz Kemps from Bundaberg. 1 point for Harvey Challenor of Neo Cycling Club in Sydney. So with the first of our 3 under-17 men's tempo races concluded, our second group of riders now coming to the track. So if this race is anything like the last one, we should see plenty of action early, middle and late. So as to be expected when there's no points on offer, the tempo is fairly mild as they get started. Still a few laps away from the first of our point-scoring sprints. As we come through the line there, and the field is led by number 159. That's Kane Azapati from Whyalla Cycling Club in rural South Australia. They do have a velodrome over there in Whyalla. They also have, as of a few months ago, a World Championship medalist on the track. Lee Hoffman winning a bronze medal in both the individual and the team sprint at the Senior World Track Championships in Santiago de Chile. So a move now being fired up. 1 lap to go until the first point scoring sprint. Number 186, Hamish Lewis from Norwood Cycling Club, wants to make sure his name goes on the score sheet. It looks like that's Oscar Pither from Hobart Wheelers Dirt Devils trying to track him down, but he's not going to get across to him. So the first point in this tempo race will go the way of number 186 there. He looks like he might well double his tally there. The field is closing quickly. That's the rider from Illawarra, Alcock, who's trying to get across. Doesn't quite get there in the end. So Hamish Lewis gets both of the first 2 points in the tempo race, then swings back down the field. I think a little bit gassed, but he's got 2 points to his name, which is better than no points at all. As it's now one of the riders from the Gold Coast Cycling Club, number 178, Riley Dixon, getting himself on the board. Arnav Chakravarthi from Blackburn Cycling Club now taking over. He's got a Melbourne rival there in the black. That looks like it's Elliot Burney coming through to score. So Elliot Burney, the Brunswick rider, also putting himself on the board. There, swings over. Oscar Pither also quickly gives way. I think that might be Cadell Bowen from Viking Cycling Club in the red and white. Still pedaling strongly, but the gap is slowly starting to close. A quick look behind from the Queenslander to have a look at the bobbing head of Sid Natera. The Tasmanian now makes the junction as Dixon swings up the track and concedes he's probably not going to get any more out of this move. But he's got 4 points so far, which is a good return for his effort. Sid Natera now coming forward to try and score. Jed Stokes accelerating to try and get on terms. Not going to get there. So another point in the bank for Sid Natera. So that will take Natera to 2. Riley Dixon still leading on 4 points. As it's now Thomas Brinkley, the young rider from South Australia in the colours of Villawood Racing. He'll come through and get himself on the board for the first time. Brinkley, a very strong rider who also races road and cyclocross. Jet Stokes not too far behind him. Also has been known to swing a leg over a CX or gravel bike in his day. So Brinkley will come through and score once more. And it looks like Jet Stokes and Tom Brinkley might be able to form a bit of a 2-up alliance here. If they were to swap off all of the remaining points and take points on alternating laps, they would do very, very well for themselves indeed, as Stokes now coming through to take a point. That will put him on the board for the first time, as they're just negotiating some lap traffic there. So Brinkley now with 1 point, Stokes with 1 point, and it looks like Brinkley is now distancing the Sydney sider, so the youngster from Adelaide now starting to look pretty good here. The sprint at 2 laps to go goes the way of Brinkley, the South Australian. He's got a lead of 50 metres now on Jet Stokes. Hugo Alcock is also there, the rider in the orange of Illawarra Cycling Club. So coming into 1 lap to go now, Brinkley has 250 more metres to try and close out this tempo race. He's ridden very, very well so far. He's up to 3rd. If he gets this last sprint, he'll be 4th on 4 points. Sorry, he'll be 1st on 4 points with Riley Dixon and would win it on a count back. He checks over his shoulder, and Brinkley is indeed going to get there. A little fist bump and a little nod of approval. So he will take the win. That'll bring him to 4 points. He'll win the tempo heat overall on a countback. Riley Dixon will finish in 2nd place with 4 points to his name. And we'll just double check the minor placings. It will be 2 points for Sid Natera in 3rd, and then 1 point each for Lachlan Ermert, Elliot Burney and Jet Stokes. So one more heat of under 17 men's tempo racing. So this will be the last of the tempo races here at round 3 of the Adelaide Junior Track Series this weekend. After that, we'll be finishing things off with a scratch race, the simplest race of them all. Just waiting for the all clear from the commissaires to let riders out onto the track. So just waiting for the all clear before we can get this race underway. I think the reason for the delay is that the commissaires just want to work out the exact finishing order of the last tempo race. It can be quite difficult to track everyone's movements when riders are grabbing points and being lapped and everybody's all over the track. But once that's squared away, we'll have our last tempo race of the weekend. Whistle blows. Our last tempo race of the weekend is underway. It's Luca Zucchiati from Neo Cycling Club in Sydney. Recent recipient of a national champions jersey in the Madison, along with his partner Ruben Shepherd. That was last night. So 16 point scoring sprints and more than 16 riders. Unfortunately, there's not enough for everyone to get one each. So the pace still relatively easy. The bell will ring on the next lap. So don't be at all surprised if you see a move coming soon. And if you're going to see an early move, you're going to see it from Will Astridge. So Will Astridge, the man from Canberra Cycling Club, now winding it up. He'll have to hold out over the front of the field for at least another 250 metres if he wants to score points. But this has been his tactic all weekend. Sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't. But Will Astridge looks like he's got a good jump on the rest of the field there. It looks like that's Max Edwards from Balmoral Cycling Club who's trying to track him down. But Astridge is going to stay away and he's going to get himself on the board. So at least 1 point there for Will Astridge. He swings up the track now. Edwards, the rider from Balmoral, coming down in the track. So we've got 2 leaders out in front and the bunch of Well and Truly got their dander up behind. So they're chasing quickly now. So it's not Edwards actually, it's Oscar Winchester. My mistake. Oscar Winchester coming through and scoring. So Winchester with 1, Astridge with 1. Astridge leading solo down the back straight there with Luca Zucchiati and Omer Kermizi, the first riders in line to try and get across. Astridge is going to score again though. So the Canberra rider now with 2 points. And as he did after the first lap, swings up and high on the track to let others come through and have a turn. So even if Will Astridge doesn't score again, he's got at least 2 points for his troubles, and based on how the points have been distributed in previous races, that will probably be enough to get him in the top 5 or 6. Seth Harrison from South Coast Cycling Club scoring the point on that last lap. So the young man in black looking to score again here, but being challenged on the outside. That's Jackson McDonald, number 147, who's come through for the ACT and put himself on the board. So 11 laps to go now as it's Jack Panozzo from Carnegie Caulfield, one of the riders who earned a silver medal in that Madison last night. Just checking over his shoulder to make sure that Billy Yeo isn't going to sneak by him at the last. No need to worry. Jack Panozzo has his first point on the board. Luca Zucchiati in the green of Neo Cycling Club now starting to come forward. Moving up and around the outside of Billy Yeo. So Zucchiati now another rider on the board for the first time. He's got Ollie Jordan from Balmoral in the purple there in second wheel. That looks like Joe Natoli from Blackburn in third. And it might well be Tyler Cunniff from South Coast in the South Australian kit in fourth. Luca Zucchiati now scoring for the first time. So 2 points for Astridge, 2 for Zucchiati. 1 each for Seth Harrison, Jackson McDonald and Jack Panozzo. Coming through as it's now Ollie Jordan getting himself a score for the first time. So seeing lots and lots of names being able to get on the board here. Tyler Cunniff in the South Australian state colours now moving to the fore of our peloton. As they come through with 6 laps to go, Cunniff is on the board for the first time. He, I suspect, will be one of the 10 riders that South Coast will be taking to track nationals a little bit later this year. A big charge now coming from Omer Kermizi, the rider from Brunswick. He now comes up and around. So Omer Kermizi now with the bit between his teeth and a gap of 20 metres. It's Jasper Griffiths chasing hard from behind. Griffiths has raced Kermizi quite a lot on the Melbourne scene, knows that the man from Brunswick is not one to be left alone. So 2 points now for Omo Kermizzi. His family are cheering furiously in the stands. Griffiths has not given up on this chase, though. He thinks he can well and truly get across to the man from Brunswick. As Kermizzi comes through, that is 3 points in a row now for Omo Kermizzi. Jasper Griffiths still holding on that agonising 30 or 40 metre gap between the two. He's not giving up on the chase, but he's not closing quickly either. So Kermizzi will come through with 2 laps to go now, grab another point for himself. I believe that will take him up to 4, as he's now gaining a lap on most of the main field. We'll see if the commissaires award him an extra lap and 10 points that would go with it. So 1 more point there, I think, for Omo Kermizzi from the main bunch. Into the last lap now. And the man from Brunswick is just tagged on the back of a big group of riders here. He won't need to worry too much about it. He'll come through, take the last of, that was 5 points in a row, I believe. 6 points indeed it was for Omo Kermizzi. So he'll go out the winner of that tempo race. So 2 points each for Luca Zucchiati, the tall rider in the green from Sydney. 2 points as well for Will Astridge, the early mover from Canberra. I said those 2 points would be good enough to get him into the top 5. It's actually good enough to get him a share of second place, which he'll be pretty happy with. So as we wait for the commissaires to tabulate the results from that last tempo race, not always an easy task. We are just about to get started with the first of our scratch races. So this will be the last race for each of our participants this weekend. One final scratch race, the simplest track cycling discipline of them all. Then we'll send everyone home to rest their legs, have a shower and enjoy the rest of the racing action at the Tour Down Under for the rest of the week, whether you enjoy it from home or right here in Adelaide. So our under 15 girls take to the track for the last time this weekend. This will be a 10-lap scratch race. First over the line wins. And it will just be a question of who still has some strength left in the legs for one last big push. Abby O'Brien from Blackburn making an early move here. Natalie Dixon from Geelong deciding that that looks like fun. So Abby O'Brien and Natalie Dixon now out the front of this race. Annika Astridge, who has defended her AJTS leaders jersey magnificently all through this weekend. Just ominously moving up through the field with conspicuous ease. Making sure there are no riders there who might get away too far in these early stages. Abby O'Brien still leading at the moment. Annika Astridge right there. Rory Stretton in the purple colours of the City of Burnie Cycling Club. Just on the wheel of the AJTS Series leader. Natalie Dixon on that fluoro yellow bike just at the bottom of the track from Geelong. Five laps to go now. We're halfway through this 10-lap scratch race. And Adele Dixon from Gold Coast Cycling Club has decided that's long enough for her to wait. So Adele Dixon now being joined by her clubmate Winter Bradshaw. So the two riders from the Gold Coast now making a move out the front of this race. Annika Astridge knows that she only has to defend here to assure herself of the overall AJTS title. Oh, a wobble there from Adele Dixon, and I have to say a magnificent save. There will be, to say the least, a big spike of adrenaline for the Gold Coast rider, who understandably shuffles up the track. A little bit of a shake of the head in frustration that she made that mistake, but I think I can speak for everyone when I say I'm just glad she didn't hit the deck. So Amelia Jirivkova, the Brunswick rider, now right at the front of the field. The call goes to go up and around. Matilda Kemps, it looks like, who is trying to make that move, the rider from Bundaberg. She's got Grace Alcock from Illawarra Cycling Club here. They're coming in towards the bell now. Amelia Jirivkova and Annika Astridge are well positioned. Alcock leads them into the last lap. Astridge now moving around the outside. The rider from Canberra, Amelia Jirivkova, the rider from Brunswick in second wheel. They're all chasing Grace Alcock from Illawarra down the back. Who will take the last win of our under 15 women's competition this weekend? Coming up towards the line, Grace Alcock will hold on. So Grace Alcock takes the win. A throw on the line for second and third place there between Matilda Kemps and Amelia Jirivkova. And I think the fourth place of Annika Astridge will be enough to ensure that she goes out with the overall Australian Junior Track Series title for under 15 women. A round of applause, folks, for all of our competitors in our under 15 women's grade. Been excellent racing all weekend and indeed all across the Australian Junior Track Series. And it won't be too much longer before we see a lot of these riders facing off against each other at the National Championships in Brisbane. So the provisional results from that under 15 scratch race. Grace Alcock going out in first place. Amelia Girovkova from Brunswick Cycling Club taking second. Matilda Kemps, the rider from Bundaberg in Queensland, in fourth. Annika Astridge from Canberra in fourth place. Rory Stretton from Tasmania in fifth over the line. So our under 15 boys also doing a 10-lap scratch race. This will be the first of 2 heats for our under 15 boys. Their last race of the weekend. Been fantastic to see riders putting down some of their very best efforts, not just at the front of the field, but also getting personal best just by nabbing a point or two in a tempo race or defying the odds with an early attack. So 8 laps to go now as it's Jaden Marty of Lidcombe Auburn Cycling Club in the black and yellow, sharing the pacemaking at the front with Michael Moulds from Brunswick. He's in the black and orange. Also towards the front, 2 more Victorians. Thomas Perry from Albury-Wodonga Cycling Club is in the yellow and navy blue. Just on his inside in the all-blue jersey, that's Ari Riley from Bendigo and District Cycling Club in Central Victoria. So Ari Riley came to the front there, had a lead of about 5 or 10 metres almost by accident, quickly checked around and decided that he didn't want to be in that position right at this moment. So he shuffled himself back into the middle of the field. Some looking around here. Sebastian Uri, number 32. Just checking over his shoulder, seeing if anyone else is thinking about making a move. Jaden Marty is coming down from the high side of the track. He'll be right up on the banking next to Adama Waidrogo there. And Marty and Waidrogo now thinking about going out the front on their own. So Marty, the rider from Sydney, leads them through 4 laps to go. Adama Waidrogo right there. Joel Gooley from South Coast Cycling Club right on his hammer. Flynn Sharman from X-Speed in WA also in that leading 4. Henry Grigg all over his bike trying to close in on Flynn Sharman there. Flynn Sharman looks like he will hold on, so he'll take the win home to WA. The aerodynamic benefit of Flynn Sharman's mullet, I think the difference there between him and Adama Waidrogo. And let's have a round of applause for all of our competitors in our under-15 boys field. No matter where they finish, it's been a cracking weekend of racing for all of them. And I'm sure some young bodies that will sleep very well tonight indeed. So the second of our under 15 men's heats, scratch races, under 15 men's scratch races, now on track for the last time this weekend. Now, at the conclusion of all of our races here, we will be doing presentations for the AJTS overall. So don't go too far. Don't rush to the showers. Stay in your kit if you think you're going to be required for presentations. We'll try and wrap those up pretty quickly once the racing action has concluded. Make sure everybody gets their appropriate time on the podium for those who've earned it. And then we'll send everyone home to have a shower and a rest. So Jack Pentland from Norwood leading the bunch at this early stage in the scratch race. Doesn't want to be out the front, does Jack Pentland, so he's quick to swing all the way up to the top of the banking. Noah Blaisley, the Tasmanian, in the white jersey and orange helmet also there. His fellow Tasmanian, Oscar Dibney, also towards the front. Plenty of watching and looking around with 7 laps to go. I think there will be a lot of eyes cast backwards towards the AJTS leader overall, Lucas Sturbick. He is 2 from the back in the white, gold and green. Jack Pentland being let go almost by accident here by the main peloton. They're all watching Pentland, and Pentland's decided that if they're going to give him 30 metres for free, he might try and accelerate and see if they'll give him more than that. So Jack Pentland now making a move going up the back straight, and that's been enough to tempt Lucas Sturbick out of hiding. So our overall AJTS leader now trying to close down the gap to the rider from Norwood as they go through the halfway point. 5 laps to go. DJ Dyer from WA is in second wheel in that main bunch behind Sturbick. Declan Zheng from Brunswick in third wheel there. Leroy Bartlett also there. Pentland concedes that he's not getting away. And almost as soon as he's back in among the main bunch, Sturbick himself also swings up the track and goes all the way to the back of the field, which is an interesting move. Couple of the riders from Viking Cycling Club, one red shoulder, one white shoulder, now moving to the fore. Looks like Sean Bates is among them. Adrian Zhang there. Lucas Sturbick has had a lap and a half off and he's decided that's more than enough rest. So he's now moving to the front, 2.5 laps to go now. Declan Zhang, the rider from Brunswick, is trying to track him down, as is Leroy Bartlett from Blackburn. Noah Blaisley and Sean Bates chasing from the main field. But Lucas Sturbick demonstrating the power that's put him in that AJTS leader's jersey. So he's coming in towards the bell now, is Lucas Sturbick, looking to put an exclamation mark on an excellent Australian Junior Track Series. Leroy Bartlett isn't giving up that easy. He's trying to get across to Lucas Sturbick. But as the big man from Lidcombe Auburn Cycling Club is coming into the home straight now, he's going to take the scratch race and he's going to take the AJTS title overall. A good late sprint there between Leroy Bartlett from Blackburn and Sean Bates from Viking Cycling Club for second and third place. We'll leave that one up to the decision of the commissaires to work out who finished where. A warm round of applause, everyone, for all the competitors in that under-15 race. So our scratch races continue. This is our under-17 women's scratch race. This will be a 12-lap scratch race for them. Whistle blows and it'll be 3 more kilometres of track racing for our under-17 competitors this weekend. Chavi Tunksale from Carnegie Caulfield Cycling Club leading them in the early going. She swings away for rider number 264, Erica Black, wearing the orange and blue of the Western Region Academy of Sport from Country New South Wales. Ellis Smith from X-Speed in Western Australia with the white decals on her wheels, also part of our leading trio. I would have to say they haven't tried especially hard to try and lead this bunch. They're now starting to put the gas on a little bit. Still 10 laps to go until the end of this scratch race, but they're going to try and catch the field napping here, or at least force them to make an effort to bring them back. It'd be hard to say they've expended too much energy getting out the front so far, as it is Tunksale who leads them through 9 laps to go. The Victorian just swings out of the way, lets the West Australian Ellis Smith come through for a turn. At the main bunch, now chasing from behind, and all back together now, coming into 8 laps to go. Matilda Trevorrow it is, the rider in the light blue of the South Coast Cycling Club from South Australia now, leading everyone around. So after an injection of pace, it seems as though the tempo has eased here. Riders 4 or 5 wide along the track, always a sign that things are not too competitive, at least for the moment. So Sophia Moffat in the light blue of ARA Skip Capital is the first rider on the track. She's just come through 6.5 laps to go, but she's got the rest of the bunch right on her tail. McCall of Up goes as there's finally a move there. That's Isla Shaw from Shepparton Cycling Club who's gone to the front. Sienna Tinkler, the tall figure on that yellow bike, trying to chase down the rider from Country Victoria. So Isla Shaw now stretching out this main field. She's got Sienna Tinkler right on her hammer here. Sophia Moffat in the mix there. Felicity Lyons also in the centre of the action. Ava Gidget-Rogers with that distinctive pink front wheel is consistently near the front but not on the front, which is how you're taught to do it when you're pack racing. This is now Sauvage, Ruby Sauvage from Newcastle Hunter on the front. Another rider there from Country New South Wales, Jenna Gallagher, decides that it's worth a go. 3 laps to go now, and it's Sienna Tinkler coming through for a brief turn. Isla Shaw also keeping herself towards the front of affairs as Ava Gidget-Rogers, our AJTS leader, now looks like she's coming forward in earnest for the first time. 2 laps to go now. Who will be the first to try their luck? As it looks like firing up around the outside. Ellie Walduck's thinking about it. Sienna Tinkler's thinking about it. No one's committed just yet. Leaving a move this late is probably playing into the hands of the powerful Sienna Tinkler here. 1 lap to go. Jenna Gallagher leads them through. So it's Gallagher around turn 1. Sienna Tinkler now moves into the lead, coming down the back straight. Erin Prince from Lidcombe Auburn is challenging the big Western Australian there, but Sienna Tinkler looking strong as she has all weekend, coming through to take the win in the scratch race. So Sienna Tinkler capping off what's been a superb weekend of racing for the Western Australians, especially in the under-17 women. Going out the winner there. Let's have a round of applause for all of our competitors in our under-17 women's field. Plenty of appreciative support for all of the riders there, especially from the vocal WA contingent in front of the commentary position. And a nice little high five between Sienna Tinkler there as well. So provisional results from that race. Sienna Tinkler first, Erin Prince second, Ava Gidget-Rogers third, Jenna Gallagher in fourth place, and Juno Smith in fifth position overall. So that leaves us with just the under-17 men to complete their scratch races to wrap up the racing this weekend. There will be 3 scratch races for all of our under-17 men. There are too many of them to all fit on the track safely at once. So we're divvying them up into 3 separate heats. So 12 laps of racing for the first of our heats in the under-17 boys scratch race. Bit of a move going off the front early here from rider number 153. That is Oliver Urey from Balmoral Cycling Club. This is certainly the most early aggression we've seen in any of our scratch races so far. Urey is putting all of his cards on the table and trying to get away here. He'll have to hold it for another 10 laps, which would be some effort if he's managed. But he's got about 100 metres of a gap so far, and you'd rather have that than a poke in the eye. So Urey with those distinctive orange gloves now is fully committed to his effort, legs turning over smoothly. The bunch are swapping off behind, as it is right at number 148 from Viking Cycling Club there, Asher Olsen coming through for a turn. Jack Panozzo now leading the main field, as it is pretty much bang on half a lap for Urey with 8 laps to go. So there's little doubt that the man out front will tire, but if he's got half a lap to burn, he only has to lose a little bit of ground every single lap to still be able to hold on and take this scratch race win. It's certainly a move that comes from a rider who's willing to be bold and be brave. As further back, the pace is still not expressed from the main field behind. Oliver Urey, his cadence has slowed slightly over the last couple of laps, but he still looks committed. There's a little bit of a rock and roll in the shoulders. There's no doubt the effort is hurting, but it's bang on half a lap now. It is half a lap with 6 laps to go. And Oliver Urey is increasingly looking like he might be able to run away with this one. So no major accelerations have come from the main field yet, but I would argue the gap is almost more than half a lap now for Oliver Urey. I think he would have reached the pursuit line before the main bunch did there. Jack Panozzo now has the bit between his teeth in the main field. He's casting his eyes across the track to try and see the position of the leader. He's got 4 laps to go. He's breathing hard and he's rocking and rolling his shoulders, but he's still committed to this effort. Ruben Shepherd has decided that he's had enough of watching and waiting Oliver Urey get further and further in front. He's trying to close that gap down now with Sid Natera in his wheel. The crowd now getting behind Oliver Urey. 3 laps to go and the bunch is starting to close in. He's been so brave, Oliver Urey out the front. Will he be able to hold on? The bunch is closing now. Tyler Cuniff leading them down the back straight, but the pace eases again. The pace eases again. Oliver Urey still believes. He still believes with 2 laps to go. The chase now coming from behind. Max Edwards of Balmoral is taking up the pacemaking. Jet Stokes now starting to move forward. Sid Natera also there. Oliver Urey has been out almost since metre 1 of this race. He's going to lead them through the bell. 1 lap to go, folks. Let's get behind him. It's been a brave and a bold effort. Tyler Cuniff now closing in the field. Is going to get to Oliver Urey. Such a brave effort is not going to pay off today. The South Coast Cycling Club rider comes around, comes into the home straight and will take the win for the home state of South Australia. Sid Natera in second, Riley Dixon in third. But I tell you what a brave ride there from Oliver Urey. He was half a lap from a truly, truly memorable win. Let's have a round of applause for all of our competitors in that under-17 men's scratch race. And especially for the bravery and commitment of Oliver Urey there. It's not the sort of move that works every time, but when it does work, there is very little else that feels better.
Great calling.
Just 2 scratch races left in round 3, our final round of the 2025-2026 Oz Cycling Junior Track Series. So the whistle blows and our second group of 3 of our under-17 men's scratch races is off for their 12 laps. We can see some bike bags being packed and rollers being folded up on the infield. Almost at the end of what's been a superb weekend of track racing here. But the great news about Tour Down Under Week in Adelaide is the fun doesn't have to end just yet. We've still got stage 3 of the women's Tour Down Under tomorrow and the entire men's event for later in the week for those who are sticking around. I know that some of our youngsters will be heading back home and maybe watching the race on TV, but hey, you're still on school holiday, so it's not all that bad. So will we see a rider try and take a gamble like Oliver Urey did in that last race? It looks like Harvey Challenor has decided that it's going to be him. Race from long range here. The bunch might well be wise to his tactics by this point, as it's Aidan Parslow, the rider from Hamilton Wheelers in the red jersey now leading through. He swings up the track and concedes he's not going to get away. So 6 laps to go now as it's Ollie Jordan in the dark purple from Balmoral towards the front. Another of the Queenslanders in this field. He swings up. A couple of riders very quick to defer there. Elliot Burney also not particularly interested in leading the race with 5 laps to go. Wants to reshuffle things a little bit, maybe get himself back to a 10th or 12th and work his way back up from there. As the pace has eased significantly here, that's allowed some riders to catch back on. And a move now coming up the outside. This looks like the shape of Cruz Kemps. Cruz Kemps from Bundaberg now coming through. He flicks the elbow to see if Kane Azzopardi from South Australia will come through and help. Nothing doing. So the cards reshuffle again. 3.5 laps to go now as it's Josh Moore from Neo Cycling Club in shuffle again. 3.5 laps to go now as it's Josh Moore from Neo Cycling Club in Sydney there. He's being stalked by Omer Kermizzi from Brunswick Cycling Club. Challenor goes again. He tried early on in this race. He's got at least a little bit of gas left in the tank. And he's got, I think that's Cooper Farr there. Cooper Farr from Dubbo Cycling Club now stretching the legs of Challenor. Challenor tries to come through and hold the wheel of Cooper Farr. George Mulhern, it is in the two-tone green, who's leading the main bunch across. A lap and a half to go now. Cooper Farr from Dubbo coming in. He will lead them into the home straight. George Mulhern trying to close quickly. Joe Natoli is right there. Another Victorian, Aziz Kermesi, now trying to come around the outside. Lucas Zucchiati also in there. So Joe Natoli will lead them into turn 3. It's going to have to be a late run from Aziz Kermesi. They straighten up towards the line. Blackburn and Brunswick together. It's Blackburn who take the win. Joe Natoli. It is just pipping Aziz Kermesi there by probably half a wheel. Oh. Sorry, I called Omar Kermesi by his brother Aziz's name. Aziz is actually right in front of me. So let's have a round of applause for all of our under-17 men taking part in that race and indeed across all the racing action this weekend. Some very brave and bold riding there. We'll wait for the results to be flashed up on the scoreboard. So the result there, Joseph Natoli from Blackburn taking the win. Omar Kermesi from Brunswick Cycling Club crossing the line in second place. It was a closely run thing, but the Blackburn man had just enough to hold his advantage to the end. Hugo Alcock from Illawarra was third. Josh Moore from Neo Cycling Club in Sydney was fourth, and his clubmate Luca Zucchiati, the tall figure in the green, finished in fifth place. And then there was just one left. One last race for the 2025-2026 Australian Junior Track Series. And a group of about 15 riders who are out there to make it happen. So 12 laps in prospect, the final 3 kilometres of racing for this weekend. It's been a pleasure and a privilege to bring it with you. A huge thanks to our volunteer live streaming crew from the Golden Bin Chicken, making sure that we bringing you the racing action, whether you are a relative or a loved one watching from home, whether you're just a track cycling fan looking for something on 2 wheels to pass the time, or if you've been here in person. So 10 laps to go now, as it's rider number 139 leading them around. That's Elliot Barrett from South Coast Cycling Club. The tall figure of Maximus Moore, the black jersey with the grey shorts, now at the front. He's got Hunter Davis from Bundaberg right on his wheel. And it is Joe Hewlett from X-Speed in Western Australia with those distinctive pink rims. So no early move has flown the coop just yet. May well still be coming as we come through 8 laps to go. Quite a bit of looking around. Folks keeping their head on a swivel, checking left and right. Now this looks like one of the Brunswick boys, and that might be Caden Ryan, who's just stretching his toes there, making sure that he can get himself into a good position. Everyone's very keen to chase down the first move that goes, which is perhaps unsurprising. So Maximus Moore now leading the main bunch. Seth Harrison is the rider from the South Coast Cycling Club. Now coming through on the inside of the track in the light blue, number 141. The pace eases again. The tension builds for one last time here at the Super-Drome. Everyone wanting to make sure they're not caught out, but also not wanting to be the first to fully commit themselves. And a move now going at the top of the track. This is the black colours of Villawood. This is Tom Brinkley. So Brinkley, who had an excellent tempo race just before, with a tactic just such as this one, now out the front of the main field. Maximus Moore trying to track him down. So Brinkley, the South Australian, checks over his shoulder. Then that's Lachlan Irma there in second place. So Maximus Moore just checks over his shoulder. The Erminator is right there. One of the young riders in the black there. That'll be, a move now from Harrison. A move from Seth Harrison, coming through 2 laps to go. Joe Hewlett, the Western Australian, with those pink rims, trying to track down the South Australian now. Lachlan Irma trying to commit to get himself across. They come up to get the bell. 1 lap to go. 1 lap to go for Seth Harrison. Joe Hewlett trying to come level with his shoulder as they go down the back straight. Hewlett flying down the back straight there with those pink rims. The bunch is closing, but will they close quickly enough? Hewlett, the Western Australian, straightens up for the line, closes out the victory, and closes out a fantastic weekend of racing here at the Australian Junior Track Series. So one last win for Team Western Australia, who have had a superb weekend here at the Super-Drome in Adelaide. Let's have a big round of applause for all of our competitors in that race and all of our competitors across the whole weekend. Marvellous stuff from the whole field. Don't go too far away, folks. We will have some presentations for you very shortly. Okay, cycling fans, one and all, the presentations for the overall Australian Junior Track Series for 2025-2026 are about to take place. Our first set of presentations will be under 15 women. In third place for the series overall from Carnegie Caulfield Cycling Club, Paravi Tangsale. In second place overall from Cycle Talk Cycling Club in Western Australia, Caitlin Death. Riders being presented not only with medals, but I believe with VeloPro vouchers as well. And finishing in first place overall, the winner of the gold medal and your under 15 women's Australian Junior Track Series champion from Canberra Cycling Club, Annika Astridge. Congratulations to all of our podium finishers for the Under 15 Women's Australian Junior Track Series for 2025-26. We will now move on to the overall presentations for the Under 15 men. Second and third place were actually tied at the start of today and have only moved apart with the action for today's racing. In third place today and the winner of the bronze medal from Carnegie Caulfield Cycling Club, Adama Wadrago. In second place overall, and the winner of the silver medal from South Coast Cycling Club, Joel Gooley. And in first place overall, the winner of the gold medal and the 2025-2026 Australian Junior Track Series champion from Lidcombe Auburn Cycling Club in Sydney, Lucas Sturbick. Congratulations to all of our podium finishers for the Under 15 Men's Australian Junior Track Series. Moving along now to our presentations for under 17 women. In third place overall, the winner of the bronze medal from Peel District Cycling Club in Western Australia, Sienna Tinkler. In second place, and the winner of the silver medal from Shepparton Cycling Club in Victoria, Isla Shaw. And in first place, the winner of the gold medal and the AJTS overall series champion from X-Speed Cycling Club in Western Australia, Ava Gidget Rogers. Congratulations to all of our podium finishers for under 17 women at the 2025-2026 Oz Cycling Junior Track Series. Moving along to our under-17 men's presentation. In third place overall, the winner of the bronze medal from South Coast Cycling Club, Tyler Cuniff. In second place overall, and the winner of the silver medal from Brunswick Cycling Club, Omar Kamizi. And in first place, the winner of the gold medal and your Australian Junior Track Series champion from Randwick Botany Cycling Club in Sydney, Ruben Shepherd. Congratulations to all of our podium finishers for the Under-17 Men's Australian Junior Track Series for 2025-2026. Hands up, lads. Moving along now to our club and team competition. In third place overall from Western Australia, X-Speed Cycle Club. So we'll have all of our X-Speed team members come up and stand on the podium there. That would be great. In second place overall from right here in South Australia, South Coast Cycling Club. And in first place, all the way from Melbourne, your champion club for the 2025-2026 Australian Junior Track Series. Congratulations to Blackburn Cycling Club. It's a bit of a tight squeeze, but we'll fit everyone in there eventually. Congratulations to all the competitors and all the clubs who made the podium. A fantastic AJTS comes to a close. And before we let everyone go, can we just have a round of applause for all of our Oz Cycling organisers and commissaires as well, who have helped make this wonderful track series happen. So that will formally conclude our podium presentations for today. It's been a pleasure to bring you the action. We wish you safe travels home, and if you're sticking around for the rest of the Tour Down Under, a very happy Tour Down Under celebration to you all. Safe travels, and we'll see you at the next one.